Hello, hello, hello. This is Attorney Mike Griffin coming to you from Chicago as usual. And our marathon of stupid continues. Of course, it's a very serious and despicable case, but it is also hilariously stupid. It can be both at the same time, and this, in fact, is. Let's get day 4 going, see what we have in store. I'm told there's good stuff in here.
Jones and Mrs. Keck here for the state. Mr. Yohn is appearing pro se with standby counsel Mr. Nelson. The court was notified shortly ago that one of the jurors was having a car issue and thought they would be here by 9:15. So if we have any pre-juror issues, pre-trial issues to bring up, Mr. Jones, Mrs. Keck.
Nothing from the people, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Yohn, any issues to bring up at this time?
Your Honor, I just want to make note and hopefully come to a conclusion on this issue. As you know, I do my study time with Discovery at night. Upon finishing last night, officers usually count these here thumb drives. They counted the thumb drives, and I proceeded on down to the booking area of the jail to be ran through a scanner. On the way back, I noticed that I looked through the window in the, I believe it's central direction of the jail, window through the door, and my discovery box was laid open and nobody was around it. I stepped back as I had passed the window originally. I stepped back to look, and a CO grabbed me and tried to push me away from the window, but I could fully see through the window of the door, my discovery box just sitting there open. This was approximately 3 to 5 minutes after they had already counted them, and nobody was in sight, but I also know there's offices there. I asked the CO, I said, hey, what's going on? Why, who's in my discovery box? He said, nobody's in your discovery box. I said, it's clearly open and it shouldn't be, as I have this plastic clear lid that goes on it every time I'm finished, right after COs count the thumb drives. There was no officer present in that corridor, but my discovery box is open. I proceeded to ask him what they were doing in my discovery box. He said they're counting things. I said, counting things? And he says, yes, your thumb drive specifically. I said, well, you could do that right there on top of the box. Plus, they've already done that. Your Honor, nobody should be in that discovery box. Nobody's entitled to, except for me and Mr. Jones here. We have come to an agreement a while back that officers would count that up right there in my presence, and that box would be closed and remain closed until further presence of me. I'm in wonderment as to why I've had several issues with this discovery.
I'm in wonderment. He's starting early.
People have literally taken thumb drives from my box.
It's a longer day too.
And had them over a whole weekend. That is part of the reason I'm short on presentation right now. And now they continuously get into my box. The cameras will prove it. It's not just my word. It's the cameras of the institution. And they're a state and county employed institution. So the cameras shall be believed. It's not just my word, Your Honor. I would ask again that the courts order the cameras from July 7th in the early AM hours and last night, as there was not only once last night that officers got into that, but there was another time approximately around 6:15 to 7:15 that officers, they did approach me with the envelope full of thumb drives here, and they asked for one so that they could download some information on it. It shows that there are several times that the thumb drives have been out of my
Thank
presence.
you.
I asked to be in the presence of officers when they utilized that thumb drive to put information on it and was denied. Your Honor,
Glad to have you,
these
bud.
are lowly level officers who are not entitled to this information. They're not even supposed to see this information, period. It has caused prejudice since I've been here because all the officers know this stuff.
Lowly level officers as opposed to what? High level inmates?
I would ask that a remedy be put in place for this issue. It is factual. It's not a claim.
Mr. Jones, care to respond?
Judge, with regard, no, I don't know that I have a response. I don't know anything, what he's talking about. I'm not sure there is a remedy. I don't have a response.
All right.
Your Honor, if I may want.
Mr. Yohn, let me rule upon what you're requesting.
I've got a remedy. I propose we finish this with the trial by combat, and I'm confident in the bald prosecutor to take care of business. I'm completely confident that he could finish this off very quickly for us all.
At this point, the court
Yes,
is
sir.
not going to conduct your discovery for you. That is on you as a pro se defendant. And so ordering the jail to do this, that, the other, produce videos, that's discovery. The court's not going to be doing your discovery for you. Number two, the jail is going to operate as a jail. And so if an officer or someone there needs to go through the box to make sure there's no contraband or anything else in there, the fact that they're in there taking inventory to count thumb drives, possibly and reasonably could be based upon your raising issues that one was missing that has been since returned to you, two different sides of the story of why it was out of there. And so, you know, they're protecting, I guess, themselves that, hey, there's this number of thumb drives. So until something comes up missing or something's been tampered with that you say was on there and now it's gone, there's not much I can do because they're running a secure facility, which involves contraband, things like that. No. And so if they need to look in the box to ensure that you're
That
in
would be a
compliance
whooping.
with the jail rules, they're going to look in the box.
And if I may, Your Honor, it takes approximately 10
Yeah,
seconds to count
needs
out
to be
10 thumb
done.
drives. You don't need to take the thumb drives in the
Well,
other
it's like
room.
this, Mike. I'm in Wonder Woman.
I'd also mention that I don't know if you heard me or not, but the officers had already counted the thumb drives just 5 minutes previous to that, and a sergeant felt as if she had to go into these things. I will also notate for the record, things have already been tampered with and taken. Officers had my thumb drives over a whole weekend. One specifically,
And that is to disclose that anything was missing because of that. And we heard the explanation of why that was missing. You
God, I hope they rickrolled him. That would be so awesome. I would love for them to get rickrolled. So every time he tries to see an exhibit, he has to see it.
allegedly threw it at one of the officers. And you say, no, I threw it in the box. And so there's a difference of stories on that. But nothing has been brought to my attention that's now missing off that thumb drive. So again, it's a non-issue. They're going to run a jail like a jail, and they'll be allowed to do so. Anything else before or while we're waiting on the juror to arrive?
no, sir.
All right, so the court's going to be in recess until we get the last juror to appear, and then we'll start.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise.
We are resuming. The trial jurors are now present in the jury box. We left off yesterday with Mr. Yohn having presented two witnesses. So the case remains on your side, Mr. Yohn. Would you be calling additional witnesses?
Yes, Your
What's
Honor.
like next?
I'd like to recall Mr. Timothy Schmidt, please.
Is Mr. Timothy Schmidt present?
He is, Your Honor.
Come forward to the deputy clerk and raise your right hand. She'll swear you in.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
If you would have a seat over the witness stand.
They sure are. Yeah, as if the thumb drives matter.
All right, if you pull the microphone close to you or sit up towards it so we can have that a clear record as well as amplify your voice. Mr. Yohn, when you're ready with your questions.
Yes, sir. Mr. Schmidt, I apologize for calling you again. I just want to touch base on a few things. Can you state your name and information for the record, please?
My name is Timothy G. Schmidt. I live at 4300 North Bottom Road, Quincy.
Yes, sir. As I said, I apologize for calling you again. I do not prefer to have you here. I just want to touch base on a few things. Mr. Schmidt, first off, I want to ask you again about the home when you walked in. I'll make it very brief. I potentially show you some exhibits also. When you walked in the home, you stated you noticed several things on the floor, correct?
Yes,
And one of them was a knife.
yes, it was a railroad spike that was converted into a knife. Yes,
And that's not a kitchen utensil per se.
no,
You also noticed a can, correct?
yes,
And that can would have been a 409 can.
yes.
Are you under any knowledge as to, and I apologize once again, are you under any knowledge as to
Under any
the
knowledge.
claim or association with penetration of that can?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation on part of this witness.
I'll overrule the objection. He may answer if he knows.
No,
So there was none that you're aware of.
Objection asked and answered.
Thank you.
Saying that,
And you entered the home and you obviously saw these two items on the floor. Did you see any other items on that
If he went across the courtroom right now and choked him out, no jury would convict him. I'm just saying.
floor?
there were some other items towards the there on the floor in the living room. It'd be just east of where that chair is, towards the bedroom.
And that would that be, I apologize, I'm looking at the pictures from the picture view. Would that be the bedroom where you reside at, or
It would be towards the bedroom where I reside at.
by the
Yes,
stairs, correct?
yes.
Okay,
He sure did.
and not too in-depth, but I'd like to inquire about your living arrangements.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Your Honor,
overrule the answer.
and that's not the question yet, but I'd like to question in accordance to that. You do have a lot of things in your house, correct? A lot of collectibles, figurines of the such.
Well,
Figurines of such.
I don't know what you would consider a lot. We have some, you know. I have a few items, and well, most people do have some things one way or the other.
Yes, sir. And would some of them figurines, as I stated, be
Thank you, Kevin.
glass or ceramic or maybe porcelain?
Yes,
And they would be staged and placed as home decor, correct?
yes.
And could you state for the
Home
record where
decor?
some of them items may be in reference to the kitchen, living room, and dining room floor plan?
Well, there's a cabinet there where we kept several things in.
And then would be cups, crystal maybe, silverware.
Judge, at this point, I'm
Unfortunately,
going to have to
no.
object for leading. If he's going to call this witness, he needs to conduct the examination properly.
Sustained.
And could you tell us what kind
The upside to this is this guy, to his credit, gets the drill. He understands that this isn't helping. He understands that he's just trying to irritate him. He won't give him the pleasure of acting irritated about it. He's just going to calmly sit there and answer the questions and watch this guy go away to jail for the rest of his life and move on with his life. It's beautiful.
What kind of items them are?
Well, I don't remember everything that was there. There was some Waterford crystal that was there.
Thank you.
Think a minute. I think there were some vases in there, and maybe a few other items.
When you appeared home, or when you arrived home, none of them items were broke or ransacked, were they?
It sure is.
Not that I know of.
And is it safe to say that not everybody, even myself, would it be safe to say that your home is not 100% organized?
Objection, Your Honor, vague.
Sustained.
Are you completely organized in the placement of items in your home?
Objection, Your Honor, vague.
Sustained.
Mr. Schmidt, I'd ask you about the bedroom or sitting room directly to the right of the doorway when you walk in the entryway. Do you recall clothing being strewn over the couch?
There may have been.
What about boxes of Christmas lights?
Even the defendant knows, even Yohn knows that this is going nowhere. It's just his last chance for a little attention or whatever, and he's milking it. That's it. He knows he's going down.
Or some kind of decorative lighting?
Well, yes, there would have been Christmas lights there. My wife was really big on Christmas, and some of those items may have been out there.
And would it be normal for other items such as bags, TJ Maxx bags, just to sit in random places in the home?
That's possible.
Okay, further, there was a couch located directly across from the green plaid chair. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that would be a light gray suede couch, maybe?
Yes.
And in reference to the stairs, I'd like to ask you about the stairs in your home. How many sets of stairs do you have in your home?
Well, the stairs that goes to the lower level, it makes an L. So there's the first set goes down, and there's a landing, and then there's another set of steps that goes to the lower level or the basement.
And in reference to that set of steps, the landings, would you say that the bottom steps are quite a bit less than the top set of steps?
Yes.
And if you go down the steps and approach the basement, would you consider your basement maybe a storage area for extra items or things that you do not normally use on a daily?
There are some items there that we don't use all the time, yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to introduce exhibits, if possible, to the witness.
State has the burden of proof. The defendant doesn't have to make any defense whatsoever. They could just put on zero evidence and say states failed to meet their burden. Find me not guilty. That's all. There's no burden on the defendant whatsoever. Except there kind of is now in the sense that the state has clearly met their burden in their case in chief.
And these would be exhibits 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 through 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, and 22.
You're wanting the bailiff to take the exhibits
Yes.
for the witness?
Yes, sir.
Judge, can we see those before they're shown to the?
Yes. You can show those to the state.
Yeah, I don't know what his background is. I saw some stuff, but by the way, I did check my Discord. I did look at that. I think this guy's got a criminal history. Just for starters, he's going to have to eat a bunch of convictions if he takes the stand. Prosecutor can stand up and say, "Isn't it sure you were convicted on X, Y, and Z?" Assuming he was. I think he's got an extensive history. It's a bad idea on many levels.
Aren't you taking those to the witness?
He'll do it though. This is all about his attention. He knows he's lost. Dumb as he is, he knows he's lost. Oh, I'd be chomping at the bit as the prosecutor. I can't wait. I just can't wait to sit there and read off his convictions to a jury that already hates him. That'd be fun. They'll probably allow him to testify in a narrative format, so he doesn't have to go through the process of asking himself questions, and then the state will be allowed to cross-examine him, is my guess. That's my thought. Yeah, it's Charles. You can almost bank on it for that reason alone. Oh, thank you. Yep, we're in the defense case in chief here right now. So this witness, that's why he's back up. This is the husband of the victim, because now he was called in the state's case, and now he's back on the stand because Yohn calls him as a witness. When you see witnesses for a second time, that means that we've switched cases usually. Oh, it should be pretty quick, but they do have a list of charges, so they're just, as a matter of paperwork and sorting it out, will take a little bit of time. But
You've had time to review them, correct?
they're finding them guilty.
Yes.
Are
all
them a
counts.
correct representation of what your home what you observed in your home the night of November 9th of 2021?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like the record to reflect the witnesses stated he has observed the pictures and they are a correct recollection of November 9th, 11th, or November 9th.
Down word for word, Mr. Yohn, so the record will so reflect that.
And I'd like to publish these to the jury if possible.
All right. Any objection, Mr. Jones or Mrs. Keck?
No, Your Honor, for the record, so the record is clear, the photographs that the witness has in his hand are black and white copies, and I'm assuming what will play on the screen are color copies. I just want the appellate court to be aware of that if they look at those things so that they recognize the difference.
Yes, sir, they are.
So no objection to those being published to the jury. Mr. Yohn?
And Mr. Schmidt, would this be a correct representation of Exhibit 6 that you hold in your hand?
Yes.
And that's of the night of November 9th of 2021, correct? As you entered your home in the kitchen, living room, dining room area.
Yes.
And I'd like to ask a couple questions concerning this area right here, outside of in front of the chair. Is that area normal for UNCL? There on the ottoman and the table, and I can zoom in if you'd like. Would that be a normal representation of daily life?
Objection, Your Honor, vague.
Also staying.
Mr. Schmidt, would this be would I be correct in assuming that that is natural there on that ottoman and table?
Objection, leading.
Is that natural?
He's so
Objection,
dumb.
Rephrase the question or sustain the objection.
Is that what you left your home? Is that the order you left your home in when you left outside of the things on the
Well,
floor there?
It's not up to the standards of Yohn's trailer.
I honestly don't remember.
I'd like you to go to number 7. And this is what you observed
Precisely.
when you entered your home and upon your wife getting off the floor, getting helped off the floor, correct?
Would you repeat that?
Once your wife was removed from the floor, once she was assisted off the floor, would this be a correct representation of what was the aftermath?
Yes.
And if you would go to number 8. Would this also be a correct representation?
Gonna object, Your Honor. I think it's a vague question. A correct representation of what?
Is this what you observed when you came home?
Again, of what?
Of the chair?
With the rule with the clarification. Give me an answer.
I don't remember what was in that chair. You know, I was concerned about my wife. So
Do you remember seeing anything in the chair?
I don't remember if there was anything in the chair or not.
And if you would go to number 9. In reference to the room, whatever direction it may be, to the right of the entryway when you walk in the home. Upon leaving home that day, were things left in this manner? Such as the Christmas lights, the bag of clothing, the clothing strewn across the couch? I'll re-ask a question, Mr. Schmidt. Is that a correct representation of everyday living in your home?
Objection, Your Honor, vague.
I'll sustain the objection as vague.
Is that how your home is normally?
Again, Your Honor, I'm going to object is vague. If he wants to ask if that's what it looked like when he came home that night, that's fine. But when we're talking about, is that what it looked like normally? That's vague, Your Honor.
Is that what it looked like when you came home that night?
I don't remember how that looked.
And if you would go to number 10. And in reference to number 10, Mr. Schmidt, is it normal for your home to appear like this daily?
Objection, Your Honor, vague and relevant.
I'll
relevant-
sustain the objection. We keep asking the same question with
The
the same
relevance-
phrasing, Mr. Yohn.
The relevance, Your
I'm
Honor, is-
sustaining it as vague. Ask a direct question. Mr. Jones just provided you with the language to use.
is this how you left your home on November 9th of 2021? And I can zoom in for you if you need me to. Is that how your table was left that morning?
Well, we're going on 2 years here. I can't be
That's
positive about this. I would say that is possible.
And if you look at 11, I'm going to go on, Mr. Schmidt, to number 12. You stated that TJ Maxx bags are randomly left around your home, correct?
No, I'm going to object, Your Honor. It's not what he said. He said it may not be unusual or it's possible for TJ Maxx bags to be left around the home.
Once again, it may,
Let me rule on the objection. The objection sustained.
it's possible that this bag was left there on that couch the morning you left of November 9th of 2021. You don't remember. Right.
I don't remember
know.
if that bag was there or not. No.
And Mr. Schmidt, I have a specific question to ask. Once your wife was helped up off the floor, was she seated here on this couch?
Yes.
And this couch here, could you tell us approximately where she was seated?
It would have been where the blanket was.
And that blanket, what did she use that blanket for?
She really didn't use it much.
She didn't cover up with it.
No.
Mr. Schmidt, I'd like to ask, there was obviously bleeding to your knowledge, true?
Yes.
Do you see any blood on that couch? Specifically in that area where one would have sat? Or better yet, is there any blood?
Objection, Your Honor. He's asked a question. He needs to let the witness answer.
Correct, Mr. Yohn. If you ask the question, the witness needs a chance to respond before moving on or rephrasing.
Yes, sir.
So
From looking at the picture here, I don't see any blood there.
And there's still not any blood on that couch, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
I'll overrule the objection. It may help us to get this information.
Do you still have?
Hold on. Doing it again.
Apologize, Your Honor.
You asked the question, let Mr. Smith give you an answer.
There is no blood on the couch as of now.
And you still have that couch, correct?
Yes.
At image exhibit 14, that is the cabinetry you speak of there in your home.
Yes.
And would that be a correct representation? I'm sorry, is that how items were when you came home the night of November 9th, 2021?
Yes.
And for the record, none of them are broke there, correct?
No.
Nor are they knocked over, also correct?
No.
I'd like to proceed on further. Could you tell us what this room is utilized for, Mr. Schmidt?
Again, Your Honor, just so the record is clear, on the screen now is People's Exhibit 15, so the appellate court knows what the witness is being referred to.
All right, defendant's exhibit 15?
Yes, Your
Yes,
Honor.
sir.
All right.
This is exhibit number 15, Mr. Schmidt. Could you tell us what this room is utilized for?
To watch television.
And that would be where that chair there in the picture to the bottom left and the ottoman, that would be where someone sits and watches TV, correct?
Yes.
And is that normal? Is that a normal setting?
Objection, Your Honor, vague.
Is that ottoman normal?
Objection, Your Honor, vague.
Sustained.
Mr. Schmidt, was that how things were when you came home on 11/9/21?
I would say yes.
And does that appear to be ransacked?
Objection, Your Honor, vague.
Sustained.
I'll move on to exhibit 17, Mr. Schmidt. And this is a picture of the top banister of your staircase, I believe, and the open floor plan of dining room, correct?
Yes.
And right here would be the stairs to the bottom left, true?
Yes.
And if you go to exhibit number 18.
Yes.
You stated that these stairs are the only stairs in your home, true?
Well, there's a step into the house and from the foyer into the living room, but besides that, yes, those are the only steps in the house.
And just for clarification, the step into the home, you said there's a step that would be singular, true?
Yes.
So these are the only steps that have multiple steps, an actual
Yes.
staircase. And is that a correct representation of, I apologize, are them your steps in your home going down to the second landing?
Yes.
And that would be, I apologize, exhibit number 20 would be the second landing.
Yes.
And approximately how many steps do you believe are there?
Again, if we get clarification, is he talking from the landing to the basement or to the bottom level or from the top level to the landing?
We're talking from Exhibit 19's landing at the bottom of the first set of staircase to the basement in Exhibit 20.
Well, I've lived in that house for several years, but honestly, I don't count the steps in there. So,
But it's not too many, correct?
well, I don't know how you would classify as too many, but
Excuse me, 2, 3, 4, maybe at the most.
yeah, for the lower level, I would say yes, there's probably 4.
If you would go to exhibit number 21, Mr. Smith.
Oh my God.
Okay.
And is that the railroad spike knife you speak of
I might have
Yes.
to go to the claw.
that was found on the floor that night at your home?
Yes.
And for clarification, that's not a kitchen utensil, is it?
No.
And could you provide us some insight as to what kind of handle that is there?
It's a rubber handle.
It's a rubber handle?
Well, it's as you can see that's a railroad spike. If you look at the large head on that,
Yes, sir.
and the wrapping around there is, if I remember correctly, I believe that's rubber on there.
Would it be possible that it be string?
Screen?
String, a shoestring potentially.
It could be.
If you go to exhibit number 22, Mr. Smith.
And if you can't, then clearly I'm innocent.
Could you,
That looks like string. Yes.
looks like string, it's cloth string, correct?
Yes.
It's a perfect summation.
If you would give me the lights back. Mr. Smith, are you aware of DNA tests being done on that knife?
I'm not aware of all the DNA testing that went on.
Did you submit a standard, a buccal swab as they call it, for DNA testing to exclude you or to test in reference to your DNA?
No.
You did not provide a buccal swab.
No.
Mr. Schmidt, DNA was done on all of these items.
Objection, Your Honor, assumes facts not in evidence with this witness.
All right, well, I'll overrule the objection at this point if you want to finish the question, and then we'll find out where we're going.
Are you, as I stated, DNA was done on all these items. Mr. Schmidt, are you aware that your DNA was the only DNA?
Objection, Your Honor. 1, that's not true. And 2, it assumes facts not in evidence.
So the objection is sustained.
Mr. Schmidt, there were 2 people's DNA found on this knife.
Objection, Your Honor. This witness has already testified he doesn't know about the results of any DNA testing.
Yes, sir.
All right, so I will sustain the objection.
Mr. Schmidt, I'd like to step over to another issue concerning your leaving work on November 9th of 21. You previously stated in state's examination of yourself that you left work a little bit after 5.
Yes.
And that's obviously around rush hour, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. I'm not sure that Quincy has a rush hour.
If he knows.
Well,
Objection.
I'm sorry, do I
Let
answer?
me answer if you know if Quincy has a rush hour.
Well, at 6700 Broadway, which is 3/4 of a mile east of the bypass, there is some traffic out there at that time. What I considered a rush hour, I guess that's to be determined, but it's not that busy.
Okay. And can you tell us the route you took in order to get to Farm and Home that evening?
Well, I drove out to Broadway and I took a left and I drove down to Farm and Home.
And Farm and Home is also on Broadway.
It's on Broadway, yes.
And you stated you were in Farm and Home for approximately 40 minutes, 30 to 40 minutes, Drew.
I would say I didn't really time myself, but I was in there for a little while.
And then upon leaving Farm and Home, could you tell us the route you took to arrive home?
I believe I went to 36th and Broadway to the west, turned right at 36th and Broadway, and went out to Cook's Lane and turned left on Cook's Lane and drove on home.
And did you make any other stops on the way home?
No.
And approximately how long do you believe it took you to get from Farm and Home to your home?
I would say about 15, 20 minutes, probably 15.
I'd like to step back very briefly. From 3/4 mile east of the bypass, the highway there to your place of business. From your place of business to Farm and Home, do you recollect about how long it took you to get to Farm and Home?
Let's see a minute. That would be a little over a mile. So it didn't take very long.
And figuring in traffic, could you give an estimate?
Well, at that time of night, if there's much traffic, it's usually going east and not west. Now, there are some stop signs or stoplights in there, but I don't remember how many times I stopped on the way there, depending on the lights, but I don't know. It may have taken 5 minutes to drive there.
So we have 40 minutes at Farm and Home, approximately, correct?
Yes.
And we have 15 to 20 minutes to reach home from Farm and Home.
Yes.
Also correct. That's approximately 55 minutes an hour, give or take. True?
Yes.
And we have the fact that you left work, your place of work, about 10 minutes, 10 minutes after 5.
Objection, Your Honor. That's not what the witness testified to. He testified he left around 5.
Sustained.
You actually testified that you left shortly after 5.
Objection, Your Honor. The witness said he left around 5. So let's get what he said right, and the witness can base his question, or the defendant can base his questions on what the witness actually said.
Sustained.
When do you close your place of business, Mr. Schmidt?
5 o'clock.
5 o'clock. So you obviously left after 5, true?
Yes.
And approximately how long after 5? How long does it take after you lock the doors of your business to leave the parking lot?
Well, it doesn't take very long. You get in the car and you drive down the driveway. I would say less than a minute.
And you don't walk out the door at exactly 5 p.m.
Well, not exactly. And there's also a woman that works out there in the office that has a key. And from time to time, I may leave a few minutes before she does.
But on November 9th, 2021, do you remember when you left?
Objection, Your Honor. The witness has already answered this. He left around 5.
Sustained.
So that puts you 40 minutes farming home, 20 minutes to drive home, approximately.
Objection, Your Honor. The witness said it was 15 minutes to drive home.
15 to 20, so I'll overrule the objection.
That's 55 minutes. And if you figure in the time it took you to get from work, leaving work to farming home, that's approximately 10 minutes. Would that be safe to assume?
Would you repeat that?
We have the 40 minutes you're at farming home. We have the 15 to 20 minutes that it took you to get home from farming home. That's approximately 55 minutes to exactly an hour. True?
Yes.
And then I stepped back a bit, and from leaving work to arriving at farming home, it obviously had to take you some minutes. I'm sure it did not take 2 minutes. True?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
I
And
didn't ask and answered Mr. Yohn. He said approximately 5 minutes.
Mr. Schmidt, you remember making that 911 call,
Yes.
and you stated you made that in the garage.
Yes.
Mr. Schmidt, you made that in the garage, and you made that by yourself, as stated, I believe, 2 days ago. Do you recollect what you stated in that phone call to the 911 operator?
I told them my wife had been raped.
And were there any other details you placed forth?
Well, I told them what my name was and the address of the house. And that's all I can remember as of right this very minute.
And Mr. Schmidt, prior to this date, did you receive a subpoena for phone records?
Yes.
And you filled that subpoena, correct?
Yes.
And what were, to the best of your recollection, what were the dates for them phone records?
Well, that would be on the phone records. I didn't look at all that.
They were for the month of November, correct?
Yes.
And did you review them records, Mr. Schmidt?
No.
Give me one moment, Your Honor.
Thank you, Noah. Very sweet.
There were in requests to this case, true?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I introduce the phone records?
Objection, Your Honor.
Grounds
Hearsay, lack of foundation.
sustained on those grounds.
Your Honor, it is not hearsay. Mr.
Court's ruled, Your Honor.
You did not review the phone records.
No, I did not.
And do you recall what time you made a 911 call?
It was a little after 6 o'clock, right after I went home.
And if I said that there.
Objection, Your Honor. I know what he's going to ask next, Your Honor, and if it's going to be an objectionable question that the jury is not allowed to hear. If we need to discuss it outside the presence of the jury, we should do that.
We must do, Your Honor. We must do.
All right. We can have the bailiff accompany the jury to the jury room. Out of the courtroom.
I don't know.
Jones, you had an objection.
Yes, I believe the question the defendant is about to ask.
I think he knows he's already lost and is just trying to be nasty, and gather some attention and be nasty to feel powerful. That's what I think.
Started with, if I told you, and I believe the defendant is going to ask, if I told you that the phone records don't show a 911 phone call at 6:09 or something to that effect. My objection is threefold. One, we've been down this road and the court has already heard that 911 calls are not recorded on phone records. That's been.
Objection, Your Honor.
Let him make his argument. You'll have a chance to respond, Mr. Yohn.
That's been dealt with. Two, those phone records are inadmissible. So it's inadmissible for the defendant to ask this witness a question about inadmissible evidence that he has not laid a foundation for. And three, this
Why are the
witness,
phone records inadmissible?
well, the court, they haven't been introduced at this point.
Okay.
I apologize, I misspoke.
Phone
They have
records
not been-
admitted.
Correct.
Okay?
And three, this witness has testified he's not reviewed those records. So he doesn't have a basis to testify as to whether or not a phone call is on those records or not because he didn't review them.
Mr. Yohn, as promised.
Your Honor, my foundation was the question of when Mr. Schmidt called 911. The basis is that there is no 911 call or non-emergency call on these records here. And the jury shall see that because these records are accurate, certified, and true. They are certified and true through subpoena and through the company who Mr. Schmidt's phone account, the landline, or the line that he allegedly called 911 on this night. Judge, I have records for 11/9/21 right here in my hands. I have labeled them Exhibit 90 and 91. Judge, there is no 911 call on these records. There is no non-emergency call. And there is no call for 6:09 p.m. In fact, there's calls for restaurants and the likes instead of hospitals, emergency services, other natural places you would call when something like this happens, Your Honor. I believe it's very, very relevant. If I could, I'd have the bailiff approach you with these records here.
I believe this was brought up during one of the pretrial motions. So,
Your Honor,
aware of the records, Mr. Yohn.
Your Honor, it was brought up in reference to a motion to dismiss.
Right.
Um,
So I'm aware of the records, Mr. Yohn. I don't need to observe them yet again.
I would ask that the courts admit them as discovery.
And there is not a discovery admission for exhibits. You must lay the proper foundation to introduce an exhibit. And if there is an objection, and there is an objection to this proposed exhibit, sir. And so this witness would not be able to lay the appropriate foundation necessary to admit.
I'm sorry, it's probably too inside baseball, but what's your basis for admitting into evidence? Discovery. It's so dumb.
The exhibits you're seeking to have admitted.
Your Honor,
Anything else you would like to argue on that issue?
I'd like to proffer these so that the appellate courts could review them if needed.
All right. Mr. Jones, any objection to the proposed exhibits being proffered for the record?
We can see them. We've never gotten a copy of them.
All right, so if we can get those to the state to review. And are those marked the defendant's exhibit 90 and 91 as you've referenced, Mr. Young?
No, Your Honor, I took them off since they weren't going to be exhibits.
We need to mark them to identify for the record in the appellate court if necessary, so.
Objection. All objections.
To the proffer, but I do want the record to be clear that we have never been provided with notice of intent to use those records. No, never been provided with notice of a business records affidavit. There is not a business records affidavit that is attached to those records. And again, we've never been given a copy of those records in this case. So I have no objection to the proffer, but I want the record to be clear as to the lack of foundation, the lack of business records affidavit, no certification of those records, no notice to us of the use of business records affidavit. And again, we've never been given a copy.
All right, so let's address those issues one at a time. Mr. Yohn, does the proffered exhibit contain a business records affidavit or certification?
No, Your Honor,
All right,
except for their certified documents from the phone company.
all right, but they do not contain an affidavit or certification as a business record. Is that correct?
No,
It's not correct, it is correct.
that is correct.
All right. And then the next issue, have you provided copies of those documents to the prosecution prior to today?
Your Honor, we're all well advised and well versed in this area. The prosecution,
It's a simple yes or no. Have you provided copies of those documents to the state prior to today?
I did through motion, and the state received them through subpoena and got to review them when they were subpoenaed. They did not go directly to me. They went through the courts and the state first. As everybody well knows, everything goes through the courts and the state first.
Mr. Yohn, did you provide a copy to the state in discovery in response to their motion for discovery?
No, Your Honor, it was in place for us in the motion.
The information provided by the state, Mr. Jones, is accurate. We will have those proffered exhibits marked as defendants' proffered exhibits A and B.
They're marked 90, Your Honor. They are
They're
still
already
marked 90. So-
All right, so they'll remain marked as defendants' exhibits 90 and 91.
I'd like to notate that there's the subpoena is the top document, correct? And there is 1 through 9 pages in the account summary and 1 through 24 for phone history.
All right, we'll have the clerk, she's counting.
And they are combined pages.
All right, so the clerk has a defendant's exhibit 90. Okay, these are front and back, but there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 pages.
Yes, there's 10 pages, Your Honor, and
All right. And so there is not a defendant's 91 because is there something in addition to this?
would you requested I put a 91 on the phone records
The 10 pages in my hand that I just talked about.
or
are
marked
marked as
exhibit.
defendants number 90.
That's
Again,
fine
for
with me,
one
Your Honor.
Clear record. That's everything you're talking about in proffer.
Yes, sir.
10 pages.
Your Honor, there should be a,
Let's have the bailiff hand it back to Mr. Yohn. He can confirm such for the record. Thank you.
yes, sir. I'm ready, Your Honor.
All right, so that's the complete proffer marked as defendants exhibit 90, 10 total pages. And those with the clerk. All right, does either side wish a brief recess to use the facilities, or do you want the jury brought back in?
I'm fine.
Fine, Mr. Yohn?
Yes, I'm fine, Your
All
Honor.
right, so the bailiff could return the jury to the courtroom. For the record, the entire jury panel has returned to the jury box. Mr. Yohn, you were examining or questioning Tim Schmidt, so would you like to resume?
Mr. Schmidt, just to refresh your memory, you stated you were subpoenaed for phone records, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. We just dealt with this.
Mr. Yohn, the court sustained that objection.
Your Honor.
So we need to go down a new path.
I'm just letting the witness know where we're at, Your Honor.
He was here, he knows, so next question, sir.
Okay. And you did provide those records, true?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered, and we've gone down this path.
Mr. Schmidt,
The objection.
are you aware that there was no 911?
Objection, Your Honor.
I will sustain the objection, Mr.
There was
Yohn.
no 911.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll ask the bailiff to have the jury return to the jury room and we'll address this.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise.
Mr. Yohn, the court has sustained the objection to your proposed exhibits 90, which are the purported to be the telephone records of Mr. Schmidt that were provided to you in response to a subpoena. And so that means the jury is not to hear about those records, sir. We need to move on to the next topic rather than trying to get around my ruling with continued and repeated questions regarding those records, sir, because they are not admissible into evidence.
Your Honor, I didn't even get to fully ask my question.
You are proceeding into that same area, Mr. Yohn. You need to move on. This witness doesn't have knowledge of those records, sir. Now, if you want to ask something different about his knowledge, then great. But I don't want you referencing those documents again in front of this jury because they have not been admitted and you've made your proffer of evidence. It's impermissible.
In his defense, he's literally too dumb to understand this. That's where we are.
To do so. Prepared to proceed on, we'll have the jurors brought back in.
Can we take a brief recess, Your Honor?
That's what we're doing right now with the jury out, sir.
Yes. Yes, Your Honor, we're prepared.
Let's have the bailiff bring the jurors back in. And Mr. Yohn was resuming his questioning of Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Yohn, when you're ready with your next question.
Mr. Schmidt, on 11/9/21, did you report an emergency?
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
I called 911.
And Mr. Schmidt, not going to reference to anything I was asking you earlier. Is it possible that call was made after 6:30 p.m.?
I don't think so. I would say I called 911 right after I came home.
Is it possible that there was not even a call made this night?
I called 911 when I came home.
And as you stated, it was you on the recording, Drew.
I called 911 when I came home, and a lady answered the phone.
Thank you. Mr. Schmidt, I want to delve off into something your wife stated to you that has already been placed on the record. She stated to you that the male made her take her top off. Is that true?
Yes.
So CL, your wife, did relay this to you.
Yes.
And briefly, could you cover them other claims that she relayed to you?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for a narrative answer.
Sustained.
Could you relay to us any other claims made?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for a narrative answer.
Sustained.
Did your wife relay to you that she was throwing downstairs?
Yes.
And that would have been the stairs that you saw in the exhibits of your home, true?
Yes.
And
I think the prosecutor was over the top in the way he was yelling objection, but it's understandable. He's been reasonable this whole proceeding. The judge is going to give him a little bit of latitude. It's not my style, but he's jacked up and he's mad at this guy. It's suboptimal. His objection was correct. The losing sort of getting too emotional for a second there is not the best. Yeah, I've done worse, but it's, watching it like I am right now, it's not perfect.
did your wife, once leaving for the hospital, did she walk out of that home?
Yes.
And what exit did she take?
She took the exit out the front of the house. There is a front door there
And that would be in the foyer
in
area.
the foyer area there.
And go ahead.
I don't know if she went out the foyer or through the garage.
And you took her to the hospital, true?
I did not, no.
Do you know who took her to the hospital?
She was with her daughters.
Oh. Mr. Schmidt, you recently come forward and stated that the jewelry the male was wearing upon arrest was your wife's. True?
Would you repeat that?
You recently come forward, I believe, to one of the deputies here and attested to the fact that the jewelry defendant was wearing upon arrest, wearing on his wrist and neck, were your wives.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. The witness testified and was shown the jewelry on the defendant's wrist and said that the watch was his wife. That's what he testified to. I don't know about any deputy, but that's what he testified to.
I'll sustain the objection. Let me rephrase the question.
Are you aware of a watch and a bracelet on the defendant's wrist or on the defendant's wrist at the time of arrest.
The photos showed that the watch and the bracelet were being worn by the defendant.
And you state the photos show that. Have you verified them to be yours or your wife's?
Yes.
What about the necklaces on the defendant's neck? Do you recall them?
No, I don't recall the necklace on the defendant.
And do you recall a watch your wife wore at any point in time?
Objection, Your Honor, vague.
Sustained.
Do you recall a specific watch your wife wore?
Objection, Your Honor, vague. What watch are we talking about?
Your Honor, if I could, I'd have the deputy take Exhibit 26, Exhibit 27, and Exhibit 39 to the witness.
Bailiff would do so, please.
As in reference to Exhibit 26, is that your wife's watch?
Yes.
What about the bracelet?
Yes.
And I'd ask you to step over to 28. The 28, Mr. Schmidt, is, or excuse me, I apologize, 27. Sorry, Exhibit 27. That would be 2 necklaces.
Those look like her necklaces.
But can you possibly identify them as being hers?
Yes, I believe they are.
You believe they are. If you would go to Exhibit 39, Mr. Schmidt. Do you recognize that watch?
No, I do not.
I'd like to publish these for the jury, Your Honor, and they are Exhibit 26, 27, and 39.
Any objection?
26 and 27, no objection because the witnesses identified them. 29, he indicated he doesn't, or I'm sorry, I don't know what the last number was. but
39.
39, we object because there's been no foundation for it. The witness testified he's never seen that watch.
So you may publish defendants exhibits 26 and 27 having been identified by this witness as the items belonging to CL, with 39. What would the relevance be, Mr. Yohn?
Your Honor, the relevance with 39, it was found at the scene of arrest, and declarant CL, she placed claim on that watch. The other relevance would be that and I would get to this later with Miss Miller. The other relevance would be that the items of 26 and 27 actually were not CLs.
All right, well, 26 and 27 may be published to the jury, but we'll have to hold off on 39 at this point until someone identifies what that is.
Yes, sir.
Testifying, he did not recognize those.
Mr. Schmidt, is that the watch and bracelet you pointed out in as being your wives in Exhibit 26?
Yes,
And you are positive of that? If I could give you a different view if you'd like. Is that a positive identification?
yes, I believe those are hers, yes.
And if you would, here is exhibit number 27, and those are necklaces on the defendant at the time of arrest. And you said you believe you could identify those, correct? There, I zoomed in for you once more.
My wife had a lot of jewelry. I believe that necklace was hers.
Are you aware that your wife placed a record of stolen property?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I'll overrule is simply whether this witness is aware of such.
Are you aware that your wife placed a report called a record of stolen property with Adams County Sheriff's Department?
Yes,
And were you present during that time?
no.
Okay. Mr. Schmidt, at any time on November 9th of 2021, did you go to the hospital?
Yes,
Do you recall around what time that may have been, or around, can you associate any specific events that would help you elaborate on the time that you proceeded to the hospital?
Judge, it's a compound question. He asked for events and he asked for time. I think he needs to pick one or the other.
Sustained.
Do you remember approximately when you went to the hospital?
it was after my wife went.
And round about what time did your wife go?
I didn't look at my watch.
Did you stay at that hospital the remainder of the night?
I stayed at the hospital until approximately 10:30.
And then where did you proceed to after that?
I hadn't had any supper and I went out to 36 on Broadway and got a pizza.
And in reference to you going out to get a pizza, was that the only eatery that you associated yourself with that night?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Your Honor, the relevance is I'm trying to get to a time frame to give the jurors and the people here information on the full extent of the night so as to make a determination in the end, because there are many discrepancies.
I will sustain the objection.
Mr. Smith, did you
Oh, I
go
did
to
it
the
again.
Abbey restaurant that night?
First time this stream.
No,
Did you go to Texas Roadhouse that night?
Objection, Your
No.
Honor. Are we going to go through every restaurant in town that he didn't go to? He said he went to get a pizza.
Did you,
I'll
Did you go to
sustain the
Chick-fil-A?
objection.
did you call any restaurants that night?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Sustain the
Did you
objection.
think about any restaurants?
Mr. Smith, are you aware of a rosary in this situation?
am I aware of a rosary for what?
A rosary that had anything to do with this situation?
Objection, Your Honor, vague. What situation are we talking about? Again, we all know there's a rosary. If he wants to refer to the exhibit, we can do it that way.
Sustained.
We're here on CF 715. It's a criminal sexual assault. It's a home invasion.
Mr. Yohn, direct his attention to the specific rosary you're asking about, and then we'll be able to get to where you're going.
There was a rosary included that was alleged to be stolen.
That was
from
promising,
your
wasn't it?
residence, true?
Yes,
And do you remember what that rosary looked like? What it was made of?
it was a white rosary.
It was white. Was it plastic? Was it metal?
Well, rosaries are made with a chain and they have beads on them. And people that pray those know that. And the beads on there, it was my wife's rosary. I believe they were pearl or some type of a white bead on there.
And are you aware of your wife clearing them as not hers?
Objection, Your Honor, that would be hearsay.
Sustained.
Could I have the deputy Bella show these to the witness? Your Honor, introduce
What are these? What are you referencing?
They are 31 and 32 pictures of rosary.
All right.
No objection to those being shown to the witness.
All right, so bailiff will take defense exhibits 31 and 32 to the witness for the record that has been done.
That is the rosary that you are being questioned of,
Yes,
and you're aware that defendant was wearing that, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, assumes facts not in evidence.
Thank you.
Sustained.
That is it. Would that be a positive identification?
Objection, Your Honor, the witness has said that that's the rosary they're talking about. I don't know positive ID what he's talking about. The witness has answered his question.
Sustained.
I'll take them back, Your Honor.
Well, at this point, you've shown them to a witness as
Yes,
opposed to an exhibit.
And I'd like to publish them to the jury, if possible.
Oh, okay. Do you have those for
No.
the screen, sir?
No
Okay.
objection, Your Honor, to the move.
All right, so no objection to those being published for the jury.
And that would be exhibit number 31 that you have in your hand, correct?
Yes.
And exhibit 32, that would also be it, correct?
It appears to be the same one.
Mr. Smith, I don't want to hold you up too much longer. Mr. Schmidt, did your wife drink alcohol?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance?
Sustained.
You've been with CL approximately 36 years. Would you say that she bruised easily?
Objection, Your Honor. This witness is not an expert in bruising. Also, easily is a vague term.
Well, overrule if he knows.
Not really, no.
And upon entering the home on 11/9/21, did you see any bruising on her?
I don't remember.
There was none on her hand.
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered. He said he didn't remember.
Overrule. The answer.
I don't remember.
You're, Mr. Schmidt, how regularly did you touch that knife that was located there in your home?
Again, Your Honor, I'm going to object at this point. For the record, I think we need to be clear about what we're talking about. I think he's referring to the knife that was shown in his photographs, exhibits 21 and 22, but I think we need to be clear for the record. So that's my objection.
Yohn, you're asking about the railroad spike knife?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, I'm asking about the railroad spike knife
All right,
that was found on the floor.
all right. So the witness knows which knife we're talking about. The question was, how often did you touch the railroad spike knife?
Not very often.
And do you remember where that was located previous to?
It was in the drawer in the kitchen underneath the microwave.
I'd like to bring an exhibit back up, Your Honor, if possible, exhibit number 6 on the screen. Is that okay?
Any objection?
No.
No objection.
And there in the picture where the hand is circling, is that the drawer you speak of?
Yes,
And that would be up under the microwave right here, correct?
yes.
And Mr. Smith, in reference to them drawers, all the drawers in the kitchen.
Some drawers.
When you entered the home, how many drawers were open?
I don't remember.
Was it several, numerous number, or was it singular?
I don't remember.
You have the lights back. Like, and Mr. Schmidt, as stated before, your wife remained on the floor until deputies arrived. True? Would that be true?
Yes,
And deputies helped her up to that couch, correct?
yes.
Did you associate in helping her up to that couch, or were you somewhere else in the?
I was there in the room, but the deputies assisted her to get up.
Thank you. I don't know if I covered this in cross-examination on state's behalf, but I'd like to ask you, how is the cell phone service up there at your home?
It works pretty good.
So you, outside of storms on a normal day, you wouldn't have reception issues?
No.
Yeah, he hasn't really gone pro se. I mean, soft set. He's pro se.
You're on right.
Incredibly stupid. That's about it.
One more question. Were you relayed anything by CL as to necklaces being ripped off her neck?
I don't recall.
What about being slammed into a chair or couch, piece of furniture?
No.
She did not make them that statement?
I don't recall.
And in reference to being thrown down them stairs, did she say how far she went or where she landed?
She went down to the landing.
She went down to the landing and give me one moment. If I may, Your Honor, I'd like to bring up Exhibit 19 again.
No objection.
And that would be the landing you're referencing to.
Yes.
And Exhibit 18, Mr. Schmidt, that would be the top of these stairs?
Your Honor, for the record, we've now went to Exhibit 18 on the screen.
Your Honor, that's all I have for this witness.
Okay. Mr. Jones or Ms. Keck, any cross?
Thank you, Your Honor. Just a few questions, Mr. Schmidt.
Okay.
Mr. Schmidt, on November 9th, 2021, around 6 p.m., you came home from work.
Yes.
When you came home, you entered in through your garage and you noticed a broken door that had been kicked in.
Yes.
And you came into your living room. Yes.
Yes.
And you saw your 77-year-old wife on the floor.
Yes.
The person you had been with for 38 years on the floor,
Yes.
bleeding from
Yes.
her body. And she told you, they just raped me.
Yes.
At that point, you weren't really concerned about looking for bruising on her body, were you?
I was not concerned about bruising or clothing or anything. I was concerned about my wife.
You wanted to get her help,
I wanted to get her help.
and you called 911.
I called 911.
Thank you, sir. That's all the questions I have.
Can you redirect?
Oh, good Lord.
Your Honor, yes,
He's gonna try to get the record again,
Previously-
isn't he?
you stated that she did have clothes on, though, correct?
I stated that she had something on her top.
Mr. Schmidt, just a little while ago, you stated that they made her take her top off.
Objection, Your Honor. Bleeding.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Any recross?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Yohn, may Mr. Timothy Schmidt be released from his witness subpoena?
Hallelujah.
Yes, Judge.
Good job,
Mr.
sir.
Jones or Mrs. Keck for the people?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so you're released from your witness subpoena, sir, with our thanks. You are free to remain in the courtroom for the rest of the trial as neither party intends to recall you as a witness.
Yeah,
All right, we're coming.
You might be
up
back
on
for a victim
10 till
impact
11.
statement.
Let's take our morning break.
about it.
We'll probably have a little later lunch than usual. But Mr. Yohn was going to call his next witness. Who would that be?
Ilse Terrell, Your Honor.
All right, we can have Ilsa Terrell brought in.
Peter Cetera. I knew there'd be a Chicago connection.
Come forward to the deputy clerk and raise your right hand. She'll swear you in.
I amused myself.
The testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, come around to my right and have a seat in the witness stand.
It might be time. I've held off so far.
And if you could adjust the microphone so that it will pick up your voice. Thank you. And Mr. Yohn, when you're ready with your questions.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Terrell, apologize for you being called today. I just-
Your Honor, if we could get to the questions. He's apologized to every witness so far today about calling them. It's his choice to call them. Let's just get to the questions.
It definitely is.
If you would
And
start with the questions, please.
Mr. Terrell, you were present
I agree.
on 11/9/21, correct?
Yes.
And can you tell me a bit about that night, to the best of your recollection?
Objection, Your Honor, vague.
Sustained.
Can you tell me if you were to have received a call that night?
I
Yes.
swear, if I get any more,
And that specific
questions
call
about
was in
captions.
reference to
I will turn this car around.
a home invasion, sexual assault, among other hijacking and other charges, correct?
Yes.
And who called you relaying this information to you?
Tim Schmidt.
Tim Schmidt, and that is your stepfather, correct?
Yes.
And did you proceed to go to the scene immediately?
Yes,
And that would have been obviously what we've all known to be 4300 Bottom Road. Upon arriving to the scene, what did you do?
I got out of my car and I had to stop in the driveway. They wouldn't let us go any farther into the house.
So you were obviously weren't able to enter the home.
No,
And did you see your mother at that time?
no.
When was the first time you saw your mother?
When the sheriff let us come in, which I don't know the time frame,
And you in reference to come in, what do you mean by come in?
that I could look at my mother.
And that was in the home?
Yes,
And that was more than likely later at night. You state you don't remember a time that you were able to enter the home.
right,
And when you entered the home, where was your mother?
on the couch.
She was on the couch. And how was she seated on that couch, to the best of your recollection?
I don't remember.
Ms. Terrell, after that, after entering the home and seeing your mother seated on the couch, how long do you recall her being there before leaving for the hospital? If you could take a guesstimate.
My time frame when I got to see my mother,
Yes, from the time entering the home into till
I really can't remember. I mean, it was a little while.
it was a little while.
Yeah.
So 15, 20.
I really can't recall.
And if I could like backtrack a second, you stated you were outside
Yes,
the residence and you weren't let in.
right.
I don't know if I asked approximately how long do you think it was that you were waiting to be let into the home?
I can't give a definite time, but well over an hour.
Well over an hour. And you arrived obviously after deputies arrived.
Yes,
And the first deputy arrived at 6:27. You waited for approximately an hour, which leads us to 7:27, correct?
I would object, Your Honor. The witness stated she didn't know what time she got there. So yes, an hour after the first deputy arrived is 7:27, but this witness doesn't know what time she got there.
Sustain.
You waited outside for about an hour though.
over an hour.
Over an hour. You waited outside and then you were able to enter the scene and see your mother.
With being escorted with the sheriff.
Yes. And upon entering the scene, you don't remember how long it was before your mother left for the hospital.
No, I don't.
Did you take your mother to the hospital?
No, I did not.
Do you recall who did?
My sister Heidi.
Your sister Heidi. Okay, thank you. And while you were in a scene seeing your mother, how far in the scene did you proceed?
Objection, Your Honor. Vague. How far into the scene? I don't know what we're talking about.
Sustained, if you can be a little more specific about where she went.
Your mother was there in the living room. Did you proceed any further than the living room?
No,
Do you recall what your mother was wearing?
I do not.
That she was wearing clothes of some sort?
As what I could see from where I was standing, yes.
And you were there the whole time until your mother did go to the hospital?
Yes,
Did your mother need a change of clothes?
yes.
And in order to gain that change of clothes, do you recall how she did so?
I Could you rephrase that? Or
Do
tell
you
me?
recall how she gained them clothes? Because she obviously had to have a change of clothes from what she was wearing on the couch to the clothes that she went to in the hospital, correct?
She wore the clothes that she had on in the what she had on the couch to the hospital.
And you yourself did not gain any other clothing for her.
How did she gain them clothes?
I did.
And did she change that clothing there?
No.
And in reference to the clothing that she was wearing when she went to the hospital, you stated in your video statement, and you did make a video statement, correct?
I did. Yes.
You stated in your video statement that you still have her pants that she wore to the hospital.
Yes.
And you also stated that she was bleeding excessively, profusely, maybe not verbatim, but that she was bleeding a lot.
Well, Your Honor, I'm going to object. If he's going to talk about her statement, he needs to confront her with what she actually said, not verbatim, or actually, yes, verbatim. And he needs to ask her that question.
Rephrase the question.
Was your mother bleeding a lot?
Yes.
And was it so much that it went through her clothing?
I was not present for that part, or to see that.
Give me one moment, please. Ms. Terrell, Terrell, however you pronounce it, I apologize if I'm wrong. You stated you did not proceed any further into that home. And then directly after that, by, I believe, 2 or 3 questions, you stated that you went and retrieved other clothing for your mother. Could I ask which one it may be?
Well, my understanding was when I came into the home, when you asked that question, I did not proceed any further. And then when you asked for the change of the clothes, I did say I did go to get her a bra. I was also escorted with a sheriff who I went 4 steps to a laundry basket.
You proceeded 4 steps to a laundry basket.
Yes.
And where was that laundry basket?
In the north bedroom.
And do you recall what you retrieved for her?
Nothing. I couldn't find what she had asked me to get.
So you retrieved no clothing for her, and
No.
she did not take any?
No.
Your Honor, I'd like to introduce Bill Sotero's statement. Give me one moment. I'll ask some questions and I'll introduce it. Do you recall a watch your mother wore?
Yes.
And how often did she wear this watch?
Daily.
Daily. And do you recall what that looked like?
It was gold with a black face.
With a black face. And did it have any diamonds in it?
I don't remember.
Your Honor, I'd like to pull up exhibit. Excuse me. I'd like to pull up exhibit number 26.
No objection.
Yes. Oh, apologize, man. It's going to take a second to warm up. Do you recall that watch as being the watch?
Yes,
And while we're here on the picture, Miss Ilsa Terrell, do you recall that bracelet?
yes,
Uh, You have the lights back, Your Honor. And you stated that you were not able to retrieve any clothing for her.
Objection asked
No.
and answered.
There was no asked and answered. Ms. Terrell, your sister took your mother to the hospital, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
And did you stay at the scene? Did you stay at the scene?
I went to the hospital.
How did you arrive there?
I drove my own vehicle.
And were you present for that night? Could you tell us if you were present?
I was.
And you were in the hospital?
I was at the hospital.
You were at it,
Yes.
but were you in the hospital?
Oh, you couldn't be in the room. It was COVID time.
So you weren't present for an exam?
No, I was not.
And your sister, obviously it was COVID time, so your sister sit outside with you too?
No.
Where would she have been present?
She was in the room with her.
Ilsa, Ms. Terrell, you stated in your statement that the male hit your mother several times. True?
Yes.
As did the female.
Yes.
And as did the female was a verbatim statement, correct? To the best of your memory?
I mean, Your Honor, objection. As a verbatim statement from who? The witness is, he's asking the witness about a statement that she gave to the police about what her mother told her. So verbatim as to who?
I apologize, Your Honor.
Clarify the question.
You did state that to police, correct?
Yes.
And is that something your mother relayed to you?
Yes.
And Your Honor, I'd like to introduce the witness statement.
Objection, Your Honor, foundation.
Lay a foundation.
Your Honor, the witness clearly has given falsified information. and-
Objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Yohn, you need to lay the foundation for the state to introduce it as an exhibit.
Ms. Terrell, do you remember when you give that statement?
Yes, the day after my mother's funeral.
And that would have been December 17th?
No. December 18th is when we had our funerals.
December 18th. And do you remember the time that you give that statement?
I do not.
And who did you give that statement to?
I do not remember.
Give me one moment. Your Honor, I'd like to introduce the statement at hand by Ms. Ilsa Terrell. The statement was not,
Objection, Your Honor, foundation.
You lay the foundation, Mr.
Your Honor, I could complete the foundation after the statement is
No,
introduced.
you'll need to lay the foundation for the statement.
Well, they uphold it. It probably will never get to the Illinois Supreme Court. I guess the way I would view it is, do you see any good grounds for appeal here? I do not. I'm certain there will be an appeal post conviction, and he will lose it. That's the best way I can answer it.
At first,
Not because there's a basis, but because he's got no other choice.
Your Honor, your mother did tell you that these offenders hit her several times.
Objection asked and answered.
sustained.
Did she relate to you how they hit her or what they did to her?
Objection, Your Honor. At this point, it's hearsay.
Your Honor, there's
Yes.
been a lot of hearsay already admitted, and the state introduced hearsay in the beginning.
Yes, and the state had a hearsay exception. So if you would like to direct my attention to what hearsay exception you believe the answer to that question would be based on, then let me know, because I'm not aware of one.
Your Honor, I don't know of a hearsay exception that would qualify, but I'm asking
So the
to.
objection is sustained.
Well, we spend about a year studying that very thing in law school. So you wanted to tell the who, when, where, what of a piece of evidence that it depends what you're laying a foundation for. But presumably you're asking about a piece of evidence. You have to, if it's a picture, you have to say who took the photo, when, where was it, what date was it, all this sort of stuff, and then you offer it into evidence. Of course, this is an overview, but it's a complicated subject.
And do you remember, or you stated you don't remember the clothing your mother was wearing that night?
No.
You wouldn't be able to recall if it was a long sleeve shirt?
No.
Your Honor, I'd like to introduce exhibit number 24 and 23.
Bailiff would take defendants exhibits 24 and 23 to the witness. It looks like he has done so.
Do you recognize either of them items, Ms. Terrell?
No.
I didn't catch it. I don't know if this stuff. I didn't hear him ask that these exhibits be entered into evidence, but they may have been previously entered into evidence. For instance, the state may have used it in their case. I just didn't catch it, but he's asking her about it somehow.
Your Honor, I'd like to publish these for the jury.
Objection, Your Honor. The witness has testified that she doesn't recognize them, and there's been no foundation for either exhibit.
So I will sustain the objection.
Thank you. I'll take them back, Your Honor.
That goes back to the bailiff, please.
Okay, so he's just asking for the purpose of laying a foundation, which he failed to do, and then the judge knocked it out. I mean, the prosecutor knocked it out with an objection. Okay.
Ms. Terrell, are you aware of an interview done? And I'm not going to jump into hearsay, Your Honor. Are you aware of an interview being done the next day?
I'm not going to jump into
Yes.
hearsay.
And that was where at?
My hair salon.
And that interview was done with your mother, correct?
Yes.
Ms. Terrell, I want to
That's
ask
exactly
you,
the sort of thing
how
you'd
did
ask.
your mother appear that day during that interview?
In shock and wanted the nightmare to be over.
Was she laughing and giggling? during this interview?
At times over things that had to do with family and things, because that's how she dealt with her trauma.
And you said unrelated things
I said with her family
with,
and for her family and those things.
so you state that she was laughing in reference to
Thinking of her children and happy times with her
and
children.
happy times. And you're positive she wasn't laughing about scenarios claimed and placed forth in this occurrence of hijacking, home invasion, and kidnapping.
I'm gonna object, Your Honor, vague. I don't know that anybody understands that question.
To make the question more clear, Mr. Yohn, I'll sustain the objection.
In reference to her testimony in that interview,
Objection, Your Honor, it wasn't testimony in the interview.
Sustained.
her statement, I should say, I apologize, in reference to her statement, her talks of what happened to her, you state that she never laughed and giggled about anything pertaining to this situation.
Don't believe I was present during those times.
But are you aware that there were?
Objection, Your Honor. That statement's not been introduced. This witness has said she wasn't present. Now he's trying to introduce parts of that statement without the statement being introduced.
Sustained.
Yep.
Mr. Are
Yeah.
you aware of any specific cards, credit and debit cards your mother had?
No.
Do you believe your mother, based on your opinion, do you believe your mother was telling the full truth?
I'll withdraw my objection.
You may answer.
Was my mother telling the full truth?
Was your mother telling the truth?
Yes.
Your Honor, that's all I have for this witness.
Any redirect, or, I'm sorry, any cross?
You okay?
Yeah.
Ilsa, Mr. Rill, I'd like you to talk to us about your mother's demeanor and specifically the pain that she was in between.
Objection, Your Honor. This is a direct comment, direct cross on my cross-examination, and he's going outside the bounds of the examination.
You want to sit beyond the
with
scope, dummy.
pain and other things. No
You just-
one,
Ask,
Overruled.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
I will like you to describe for us your mother's pain in the last month of her life before she passed away in December. Was she in pain?
Yes, she was in extreme pain.
I'm sorry, I couldn't.
She was
hear.
in extreme pain.
objection, Your Honor, testimonial,
That's what witnesses do, Mr. Yohn, so
testimonial hearsay, Your Honor.
again, objection is overruled.
After the assault on November 9th, did she go back to that house at 4300 North Bottom Road, or did she stay somewhere else for a period of time?
She stayed somewhere else for a period of time.
In fact, she didn't even go back to that house until 2.5 weeks later. Is that right?
Yes.
She wouldn't go back to that house 2.5 weeks later until you redecorated that house,
Yes.
until you helped her erase those memories.
Yes.
That's all the questions I have.
Any redirect?
Well played.
In reference to going back to that house, as Mr. Jones has stated, your mother, she proceeded back to work the very next day, correct?
No.
Yes.
And
Garbage.
as I stated in reference to going back to the house, where did your mother stay in them 2.5 weeks?
She has a farm in Missouri that she stayed at.
And that would be in Monroe City, Missouri, correct?
Yes.
And your mother traveled to work daily from that farm?
Her husband drove her.
And in reference to not going back to that home, on this night, did they go to the farm?
No,
Do you know where they went?
to a hotel.
And what hotel was that?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Sustained.
How long did they reside at that hotel?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Sustained.
Your Honor, the relevance is
Objection, Your Honor, the court's ruled.
Objection is sustained.
in 2.5 weeks. Do you remember how many nights your mother stayed in Monroe City, Missouri at that farm?
I do not remember the exact times that she stayed there.
Just an estimate, half of it, most of it?
Yeah, half probably, maybe.
And Your Honor, that's all I have.
Any recross?
No, Your Honor.
Witness been released from a witness subpoena.
I object, Your Honor. I'd potentially call her back
All right.
later today.
Remain available to be recalled as a witness for the remainder of the day. We have another
What a
witness, Mr. Yohn.
A-hole move that is.
Miss Heidi Terrell, or excuse me, Miss Heidi Yohn.
That's just being nasty for no reason.
Young brought in. Come forward to the deputy circuit clerk. I'll have you raise your right hand. Ma'am, hold on right there. The clerk needs to swear you in. Will you raise your right hand?
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, now if you'll come around to my right into the witness stand. If you could do your best to either pull the microphone closer to your mouth, it will amplify your voice so we can hear your answers. So, Mr. Yohn, when you're ready with your questions for this witness.
Your Honor, yes. Miss Young, could you state your name for the record?
Heidi Young.
And you are what relation to CL?
I'm her daughter.
And you obviously know what we're here on. In regards to 11/9/21, did you have any interaction with 4300 Bottom Road?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for a narrative answer. We need to direct the witness to a particular date, time, and what he wants to have her testify she went to or where.
Objection sustained.
Miss Young, on 11/9/21, did you go to 4300 Bottom Road?
Yes,
And upon arriving there, what did you do?
I waited at the end of the driveway for the police officers to secure the scene before we could go see my mom.
And do you remember approximately how long, excuse me, I apologize. Do you remember who you were called by?
My sister.
And do you remember the approximate time?
I do not.
Do you remember the time that you may have arrived to?
I do not. I was in a state of shock.
And you arrived to that scene and you waited for the scene to be secured. Did it take quite some time or was it quickly?
It was over an hour. I don't know for sure at the time.
And then you entered or you gained entry into that home after it was secured, correct?
Yes,
And Upon entering that home, you entered it with your sister, correct?
And police officers.
Do you recall what police officers them were?
I do not recall.
When you entered the home, what did you observe?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for a narrative answer. We move this along and what he wants her to say that she observed.
I'm not going to lead her, Your Honor.
Well, if we can get a little more specific, I assume you're wanting a specific answer.
When you entered that home, what did you see?
You never know. Maybe they do have it.
Your Honor, again, if you could direct her, she entered the home. Did
doubt
she,
it.
from the beginning, from the door that was kicked in to where her mother was, what does he want her to talk about what she was seeing?
When you entered,
Make it more specific, I will.
when you entered into the home, you obviously went into what door did you go into? What door did you enter through?
The one that was kicked in.
The one that was kicked in. And you proceeded on through the foyer or sitting area, as some call it, correct?
We were just told to stay on the floor, not on the carpet. So I was on the floor in the entryway.
And did you eventually enter the home, into the open floor plan of the living room?
I was surprised by
I
that.
never stepped off the floor. There's a floor in the entryway and then there's carpeting, and we were not allowed to step on the carpet.
And Your Honor, you did not step on any carpet.
No,
Your Honor, I'd like to bring up exhibit number 13. It is labeled couch. However, it shows the floor plan there.
No objection, that's fine.
Defendant's number 13, Mr. Young? Is that correct?
Yes,
Your
sir.
exhibit? All right.
And Ms. Young, you stated you did not enter that door, correct? Up there where the hand is?
I went through the door from the garage.
And that would have been right in this area.
It's down a little ways.
And there's another door here, right here where this hand is. And that is the threshold of the door. Did you pass that threshold?
Yeah, a little bit, but I didn't step on the carpeting.
Okay, so you were here in this area.
Probably, yeah.
And what did you see when you entered and stood in that area?
My mom was sitting on a couch.
Okay, and after that time, do you recall going to the hospital?
Yes.
And who did you go to the hospital with?
My husband and my mother.
And you took your mother to the husband?
Correct.
To the hospital. At any time in that hospital, what did you do in that hospital?
I sat there and talked to my mother
And that would have been where at?
at Blessing Hospital ER.
And was that in the waiting room?
No, they take you right into a room.
They took you right into the waiting room. Okay. And do you recall how long it was before the exam started?
I do not.
Were you present for the exam?
Yes.
One moment. Your mother, did she bleed a lot?
Yes.
And how much was that? Would you
I
say?
couldn't guess.
But it was a lot, would you say?
It was a lot.
And it was so much that it went through her clothing. True?
Yes.
And You stated in your statement that your mother went back to work the very next day. True?
True.
And that was after being violently and brutally assaulted in a sexual manner and physical manner, correct?
She was a survivor.
She was. I do agree. I do agree. Was she throwing down steps?
Objection, Your Honor, would call for speculation on the part of this witness.
I'll sustain the objection.
You stated that your mother, you stated that you were present during the exam.
Correct.
And do you recall any of the documentation forms that were filled out on behalf of your mother?
I do not. I was more concerned with my mother's well-being.
Yes. And you also stated that there were rug burns on her knees.
I don't recall.
And was it relayed to you that jewelry was violently ripped off of your mother?
Again, I don't recall. It's been over a year and a half ago.
Your Honor, could I admit the statement by Ms. Heidi Young, or portions of the statement?
Objection, Your Honor, foundation, hearsay.
Lay the foundation.
Your Honor, these are statements that Ms. Heidi Young made. She claims she does not remember.
Well, you're gonna have to lay the foundation through the witness.
Your Honor, there is no foundation to lay. The foundation to lay is
There is.
in the incorrect. And upon leaving, do you remember what a defendant allegedly did to your mother as relayed to you?
And here we go. This dummy. None of this matters because he's guilty of sin, but he gets turned away by foundation every time. You want to say, isn't it true that on this that you gave a statement? Yes. Who'd you give it to? The police department. On what date? This date. In what location? This location. And then you say, fine, Judge, I offer what's been previously marked as defense exhibit number 94 in evidence or whatever. I just made up the number. Something like that. Then he might object again. Then you get, if you miss an element, then you add another one. That's how it's done. But he can't figure it out. Thank God. It's beautiful.
Objection, Your Honor. If it was as relayed to her, it would be hearsay.
Do you remember?
Sustain the objection.
Do you remember what a defendant did?
What the defendant did, she wasn't there, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Sustained.
Was it relayed to you that someone threw a diaper back at her?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Your Honor,
Sustained.
I finished with the witness. Ms. Heidi Young, I apologize for bringing you here. Thank you for coming.
Any cross?
No, Your Honor, no questions.
No cross?
No cross.
Witness released from any witness subpoenas?
We don't have her under subpoena, Your Honor.
That was horrific.
Thank you, Ms. Heidi Young.
There was no murder charge.
Come upon the noon hour, and so it would be logical to take a break at this time.
You stop it.
So in a moment, we'll have the bailiff take the jury to the jury room for their
Not
lunch
anymore, yeah.
recess, but I need to admonish you first that you should not do any independent investigation or research on any subject, place, or person relating to the case.
It is. That's exactly what it is. Gotta flip the old album here.
This morning, have you subpoenaed Kevin Douglas?
No, I did. Oh, yeah, we took that up. Never mind. I apologize.
Okay, I thought we'd gone through that.
McMahon, Your Honor.
And is the state ready to proceed also?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, if we could get witness Jake McMahon lined up to be called as the next witness and have the jury brought in.
Okay.
Yep. Thank you.
Do I have the right one here?
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. The session court is now reconvened.
They're, old Muddy River News is pretty good about cutting this stuff out. I wonder what's going on here. Oh, it looks like we get a witness here pretty soon.
Please.
Thank you. For the record, the jurors have resumed their positions in the jury box. All jurors being
Yeah, shout out
present.
to Muddy River News.
We left off with Mr. Yohn presenting evidence. And
I don't know
Mr.
him.
Yohn, who's your next witness?
Mr. Jake McMahon.
All right, Jake McMahon could come forward to the deputy clerk. She will swear you in.
But I think they did a decent job of editing this down.
You solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Can you seat over to my right in the witness stand, please?
Never. I mean, never.
Mr. Yohn, when you're ready with your questions.
Yes, sir. You go by deputy or investigator?
Sergeant.
There may be naughty
Sergeant
adventures.
McMahon. Sergeant McMahon, on 11/9 of 21, there was alleged to be an incident of home invasion among vehicular hijacking and some other counts, I believe. You were present this night, correct?
Yes.
And do you remember the turn of events that happened that night as far as you being called?
Yes.
And could you tell us who you were called by?
I was initially notified by Chief Deputy Sam Smith.
And he asked you to proceed to the scene.
Yes, he did.
And once you proceeded to the scene, do you remember what time it may have been?
I arrived to the scene at 6:36 p.m.
And upon arriving to the scene, what did you do?
I approached the residents and made contact with the deputies that were on scene.
And them deputies would have been.
Sergeant Joe Lohmeyer and Deputy Bowden.
And in reference to making contact with them, you made contact with them where at the residence?
I walked through the garage, which had the overhead door open, and then I walked through an open door leading into like an entryway of the residence, and that's where they were standing. Also present was Sheriff Rich Wagner.
Rich Wagner, okay. I understand this may be outside of your knowledge, but do you know why Sheriff Rich Wagner was there?
because we had a serious call for service that he responded to.
All right, and he was on duty that night.
I don't know why
Yes.
he's doing anything.
You were briefed by Sergeant Low or Mr. Lohmeyer, Miss Bowden, and Sheriff Wagner, correct?
Correct.
And what briefing did they give you?
I believe I primarily talked to Sheriff Wagner, and he gave me an overview of what Christine had reported occurred that evening.
Do you know who the first deputy was to arrive or who the first officer was?
I believe it was Deputy Bowden. It could have been Sergeant Lohmeyer. I know they arrived within minutes of one another.
And then obviously Sheriff, correct?
Correct.
After conferring with them, what did you do?
After getting the general information, I went out to my vehicle and started making phone calls to get investigators to the scene.
And you obviously called on investigators. Could you relay what their names were?
I called Investigator Miller, Investigator Shoney, and Investigator Summers.
And you said you were contacted by Chief Deputy Smith,
Yes,
and he was not on scene.
not when I arrived, no.
Did he arrive at a later time while you were there? Or?
I don't recall if he was on scene. If he was, it was very brief.
And obviously you stepped inside the entrance to the home, if you may, as you just stated. What did you observe upon entering the home?
Yes, so I stepped from the garage into the entryway. That's where the deputies were at. I could see Christine on the floor, extremely upset, crying, telling the story about what happened.
And were you there when deputies helped her up?
I would have been on scene. I was not in the home when that happened.
You are aware, though, that deputies did end up helping her to a couch, correct?
I'm not.
After inquiring with investigators for them to come to the scene, what did you then proceed to do?
After calling my investigators, I made contact with the Illinois State Police and requested that they send a crime scene technician to the scene. I spoke to numerous deputies and coordinated a search of the area.
And while entering the scene, or when you entered the scene right off, I would say a foyer, would that be correct? A foyer or entryway?
Yes.
You stepped in to the open floor plan. How far would you determine you stepped into it?
I don't believe I stepped into the open area because there were other deputies there. I just was able to peek my head around the corner, see what was occurring, then I retreated out of the house.
And you obviously could see the open floor plan there in the living room, correct?
Correct.
Could you see the stove or kitchen sink?
I could see the kitchen. I don't remember if I could see the stove or the sink specifically.
I'm going to pull up an image for you. It would be, one moment. Image 6, or image 13 first, I apologize. Image 13, and then I will pull up image 6. Is there an objection?
Exhibit 13?
Yes, exhibit number 13.
That's fine.
That's exhibit 13 right there, Sergeant McMahon. you stated that you did not step into there. You could lean around, correct? You could lean around the door frame, excuse me, the door frame right here, and you did not step across the threshold?
I don't recall if I did. I don't believe that I stepped through that threshold. It is possible, but I do remember leaning around that corner to see into the house.
In your report, you state that you could, upon entering, you stood in the entryway to the residence and you observed a knife on the floor between the living room and the kitchen, as well as numerous drawers in the kitchen that appeared to be open, correct?
Yes,
And there were, upon leaning into that entryway, you could see numerous drawers that were opened, obviously.
correct.
Deputy McMahon, I'm going to step to number 6. Excuse me. Deputy McMahon, I know that this kitchen is offset from the entrance doorway. It's set back further. If I were to step in the entrance here and lean around, the kitchen sits back that way, if you may. It sits back approximately almost maybe as far as that door there. I'm going to zoom in here for a moment. And if you see right here where the hand is waving, there's a cabinet area. And then back here to the left, there's a chair. Right there left to that chair is a wall that sits out further than this chair's back. And you stated in your report that you was able to observe a knife, which is here on the floor, and several drawers and cabinets that were open, correct?
Yes.
Deputy McMahon, when there's a scene and it's a criminal scene such as this, or any scene, is it appropriate for persons to...
The conjugation's getting to me. Like, it's cumulative. I'm used to people saying dumb things, but just hours of it adds up. It gets worse.
Close, open, touch, enter a scene, walk around.
Compound question, Your Honor, objection.
Is it appropriate for people to enter a scene and walk through that scene?
Objection, Your Honor, compound question.
Is it appropriate for people to enter that scene?
By people, who do you mean?
Well, let's start with law enforcement. Is it appropriate for law enforcement to enter that scene?
Yes.
Yes.
Is it appropriate for numerous amounts
I
of
can
law
do this.
enforcement to enter a scene?
I believe that would depend on the scene.
But if there's no vital threat there, then several officers wouldn't enter the scene and go in and out, correct?
Again, that would depend on the scene.
Okay, a scene such as this is a very, and I will concede myself, this is a very heinous crime. It's sick.
Heinous. It's
Would you
heinous.
agree?
Objection,
Certainly.
Your Honor,
It's a heinous wonderment.
relevant to the degree of the crime.
Sustained.
Your Honor, thank you. It's a very violent crime. True.
Heinous.
Yes.
Heinous
And-
is substained.
When you have a violent crime such as this, persons are not supposed to enter the scene except for law enforcement, true?
Generally speaking, we would try to limit who
And-
enters the scene.
And normally you would tape it off.
That again would depend on the scene.
In reference to, say, any normal homicide or rape where you're looking for DNA, would you expect to let other individuals
So
into the
bad.
home, citizens?
Not generally.
And when you arrived on the home, I want to ask you to clarify something for me. When you arrived at the home, you stated Sheriff Lohmeyer, Sheriff Wagner, Mr. Lohmeyer, and Deputy Bowden, correct?
Yes.
And there were no children of the declarant on the scene, correct?
I don't recall specifically if the children arrived, if they were already present when I arrived or if it was shortly thereafter, but I know it was about the same time that everyone was showing up.
But they, at some point in time, they were in the scene.
Yes.
And that was more than one.
Yes, there were numerous family members. I don't recall who they were.
And they were inside the home.
I know that I had made contact with family members outside of the home and advised them that they needed to stay at the end of the driveway.
I want to touch base on people. Obviously, we're already there, but I want to touch base on people entering a scene. A scene such as this, generally, as you stated, they do not allow people into a scene. Correct?
Correct.
And we already know there were several individuals in the scene. You're obviously aware. If I could, lights again. Mr. Sergeant McMahon, there are approximately, to my count in the picture, over 20 cabinets and drawers. Well over 20. I'm not going to stay here and count them out, but there are over 20. I can estimate it as I once built cabinets. In all these cabinets, Sergeant McMahon, how many do you see open in the present area of the kitchen?
Well, there's certainly the one that's clearly open on the right-hand side.
Right here.
I can't tell if the one directly to the left of that is partially open or not.
It does appear, I will concede it does appear to be partially open.
And then also the corner cabinet appears that it might be partially ajar.
And that would be, this would be.
The lower corner to the left of it looks like the stove.
Oh, that is.
I mean, I guess here he's trying to say you didn't secure the scene, and all the evidence taken there isn't good. Oh, I guess it's not a good argument, but you got caught with her car and her jewelry, with her purse, with her ID, with her rosary. You left your DNA on her. Whether or not that this particular scene is secure is irrelevant. All right, I'm better now.
What's called a lazy Susan.
It is, by the way.
Sergeant McMahon. It would appear to be open because it needs a much wider gap to spin on its axis. It could appear to you, correct, that it'd be open? But
Yes.
Probably not, maybe.
I'm interpreting the photo as you asked.
And if I slide the picture
That's the best
over here
thing.
to this set of cabinets and display cabinets and drawers, does it appear that from what you
Seriously, when he said the cabinet thing, it was the best thing he said. In this sense, I thought, oh my God, at least for one moment in your life, you did something productive and useful. That's what I really did think.
can see that any cabinets are open, anything gone through, and I can switch to another picture in a moment, but does it appear that any drawers and cabinets are open?
From what I can see right now, it does not, but I don't have the clearest picture of that.
Okay, I will give me one moment, and I will proceed to image 14. That is of the same cabinets with a lit view directly in front of the cabinets. Sergeant McMahon, does any of these top display cabinets appear to be open?
They do not.
And down here on the bottom, do any of these cabinets and drawers appear to be open?
Perhaps the bottom left, perhaps, but if so, very minimally.
Yeah. So in concluding and observing these pictures, there were not numerous drawers and cabinets open, were there?
I believe there were.
You believe there were. These are crime scene pictures here, 6, 14, and 13, I believe it was. These are crime scene pictures. That would entail, and they show that there are not numerous drawers open. Not at all. Not any cabinets, numerous drawers.
Judge, at this point, I'm going to object to leading. This is a direct examination.
Sustained, Mr. Young, if you would like to ask questions.
When one,
And relevant, so it'll get overruled, but still, just make him nuts.
when a crime happens and a scene like this is taken into an account, and there are said to be several drawers and cabinets open, and a CSI, crime scene services technician, investigator, arrives at a later time. When them cabinets are closed or dealt with or
CSI.
handled in between time, would that be considered spoliation of a crime scene?
I don't know what that means.
Spoliation is essentially tampering with, altering,
Okay, maybe.
changing,
It's so bad.
contaminating a crime scene.
Okay, could you repeat the question?
When a crime scene is alleged to have happened, such as this, where a rape was alleged to have taken place, where violent acts were taking place, where DNA could have been left, where a CSI is needed. You've already accounted for numerous drawers and cabinets being open. You've accounted for a knife that's set way back.
Objection, Your Honor.
Judge, ask a question.
Sustained.
When one alters a scene, would that
Objection,
be,
Your Honor, assumes facts not in evidence. There's been no evidence that anyone has altered a scene.
there's evidence right here, Your Honor.
Objection sustained. Ask your next question.
In your determination, from your professional opinion, what is contaminating a scene?
That would be, I suppose, the introduction of some sort of evidence or the removal of some kind of evidence that wasn't initially there.
Wasn't initially there, such as when you arrived, numerous drawers and cabinets were open. But now it's not there.
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Sustained.
Your Honor, apologize. And when you arrived, how long were you there?
I was initially there from 6:36 p.m. until I believe 11:30 or so.
So you were there for approximately 4 or 5 hours.
Correct.
Sergeant McMahon, do you recall whether declarant was bleeding? Declarant CL.
No.
And did you observe any blood anywhere, what appeared to be blood?
No.
And throughout your time there, did you ever see the declarant sitting on a couch?
No.
And you were obviously back and forth throughout the whole scene, securing and making sure everything was done right as sergeant on the scene, correct?
I remained outside.
You
I did not go back in the residence after my initial contact.
Okay, so let me re-ask, your initial contact, how long do you think you were in the scene, in the home?
I was in the home, I would say less than a minute, and then I went to the garage for several minutes.
And what did you observe out in the garage?
Mr. Lohman's truck was parked in the garage and, or Mr. Schmidt's rather, and there was a oddly placed pile of belongings in the parking spot nearest the entry door to the home.
If you would give me one moment. Is there a reason that Mr. Schmidt's truck would be moved from that garage if it was already in the scene?
Yes,
And could you relay that?
he left to go to the hospital.
And approximately what time do you believe they left to go to the hospital?
I really don't know.
Was it hours after you were there?
No, I would say probably within half hour to 45 minutes of my arrival.
And you arrived at 6:36, so places us at about 7:15 potentially.
Somewhere in there. I really don't remember when they left.
Sergeant Man, did you observe CL leave out of the residence?
Not that I recall.
You were in the garage, correct?
No,
You just stated you were in the garage, Sarge. So far, you've been completely honest, but
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative.
Sustained, if you could ask the question.
you did not observe CL leave.
I don't recall seeing her leave.
And do you recall who she left with?
I know it was family members. I don't know who exactly she was with.
You
They are-
stated just moments ago that
Nothing he's
the
done has
truck had
helped.
to be moved because she had to leave for the hospital.
Objection, no. He said Tim left for the hospital.
Sustained.
Is that accurate?
That Tim left for the hospital. Yes, that is accurate.
And you do remember him leaving?
I don't specifically remember the details of him leaving. No.
Throughout the rest of your night there at the scene, what did you do?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for a narrative answer.
A narrative.
Could focus the question a little more.
What was the procedure you took?
Did a canvass of the property, walked up and down the driveway, canvassed the outbuildings, looking for anything that could help us identify the suspects in this. Also coordinated with other law enforcement agencies, as well as deputies from our office, and awaited the Illinois State Police to arrive.
And can you explain what an ISPERN is? ISPERN?
ISPERN, it's the Illinois State Police Emergency Radio Network.
And there was a ISPERN placed. And in your report, it says, I advise dispatch to send out a second ISPERN alert. Can you relay what sending out an ISPERN relates?
It's so bad.
Sure. So the Illinois State Police Emergency Radio Network is a statewide radio network that, when broadcasted over, all law enforcement in the entire state can hear. So I put out the vehicle and suspect information as we knew at that time.
And they also have the ability to relay ISPERNs to
It's close.
other jurisdictions such as maybe
Or
England,
us.
Missouri.
I'm really not sure how that works with going across state lines. I don't know if they can hear our ISPERN or if they relay it. I have no idea.
They could relay it though via.
Sure, they could call them or whatever they might do.
And that was the second ISPERN you speak of.
I can speak to it because I was there and dealing with law enforcement and a prosecutor. They don't get it, but they're cooperative as hell. These are small communities that are close to each other, and they all know each other. And in fact, they've issued this, but found his dumbass in Missouri 5 minutes later.
Up here. Do you recall these two ISPERNs being placed?
Like being placed over the radio.
Yes. What times roundabout?
I don't recall the exact times. I know the first one was shortly after we determined what the vehicle make, model, and license plate was. The second one was after we identified who had stolen the vehicle.
And you say you identified who they stolen, but you were not for sure at that time, correct?
It was our suspect information.
And
He wasn't sure at that time, but when they found him on video in Hannibal, in possession of the victim's material, it became pretty clear. What the hell is he doing?
And in sending this ISBRN out, you you would request one be put, and then you would hear it at a later time.
Thank
correct?
you.
Yes, I would contact my dispatch center and they would then send out the ISBRN.
So it's possible that they have to do a little bit of computer work and then they place it over the radio waves. True.
I'm really not sure how that side of an ISBRN works.
You stated in your record here that other deputies left the scene in an attempt to check the area in Quincy and Adams County for this stolen Toyota Avalon, correct?
Yes,
And you did not go out to look?
no,
You overheard radio while you were searching. You stated in here that you overheard radio traffic from the Adams County Dispatch Center, who advised that Hannibal Police Department had located the stolen Toyota Avalon in Hannibal and attempted a traffic stop with this vehicle. Do you remember the approximate time that was?
approximately, I believe probably between 8 and 9 p.m. I could be off a little, but it was somewhere in that realm.
Yes. So that's about 2 hours after vehicle information was relayed to the dispatch center.
I don't know when the initial ISBRN went out.
And have you ever had a chance to review the 911 CFS report?
Yes,
And are you familiar with that?
somewhat.
Your Honor, I'd like to present the CFS report to the deputy, if I could.
You need the bailiff to take an exhibit to the witness.
And I will mark it. I have it on digital, Your Honor. I will mark it Exhibit 86. Oh. And it is 5 pages in length. It is the,
Let's ask the witness to identify what it is. Once he gets it.
I think that's about right. I would never.
86.
Your Honor, we're just going to make sure that the 86 is legible on the exhibit number.
The bailiff would take the defendant's exhibit 86 to the witness. Record will reflect that has now occurred.
Once you've identified that, would you please let me know?
Okay.
And could you tell me, Your Honor, I'd like to publish this to the jury, if I may.
The witness has reviewed it. You'll need to identify for the record what it is by your questioning him, and then we can proceed.
I
to see if there's
apologize,
any
you're
objections.
correct. And that is a CFS report, which is also known as a 911 report, correct?
I know it as a dispatch ticket, but I
Dispatch
believe CFS, yes, that would be the same thing.
Case, file summary or some another, but a dispatch ticket.
Correct.
And what does a dispatch ticket include?
It's got the initial call time, the phone number that called, who called, what the report is, any information that's related to the 911 call taker. It's also got various notes from law enforcement, whether that be something that, some pertinent information that the dispatch would put on the ticket. It would also have arrival and departure times of deputies that were on scene, license plates, things of that nature.
And you said pertinent information that deputies would place forth. That would be
Show it to the jury.
notes such as procedure they took or calls that they sent out via radio or request.
That could potentially be something on there, yeah.
Such as placing in an ISBRN.
Correct.
And if you look on there, could you tell me where there's an ISBRN at, the first ISBRN, if possible?
I don't see anything that specifically notes the first ISBRN. That, however, there are some, there is a portion that I believe would likely be the ISBRN, but it does not say ISBRN.
And Your Honor, I'd like to publish this in the jury.
Okay.
No objection. It'll be published for the jury.
And this right here would be page 1, as you can see. Excuse me.
Make this clear one moment.
That would be page 1 there, correct? Of the ISBRN or the CFS report you hold in your hand.
Your Honor, again, I would object at that point. This is a portion of page 1. We're obviously not looking at the full page.
I'm going to go down the page.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
And these right here are the case notes, correct?
Yes.
And you see that there's the time to the left with the dial operator at the dispatch who took the calls or the request. And then you have 6:09 here that states male came and attacked his wife and broke into the house and stole the car, correct?
Yes, that's what it reads.
Thank you.
And if you go on down, do you see anything that's considered an ISBRN?
Again, the first ISBRN I do not see on there specifically.
And if I continue to go down, I'm at 84809, and that is Marion County. Excuse me. Marion County called at 20:06 and advised that Hannibal PD attempted to stop the vehicle in Hannibal, and it fled eastbound on the bridge into Pike County. That would be at 8:48, correct?
Yes.
And if you go on to page 2, you will see further information that people advise they saw suspects at a gas station.
Gonna object, it doesn't say suspects. It said they have a witness from the gas station saying it was Karen Blackledge and Bradley Yohn. That's what the exhibit says.
It does say that.
I'll sustain the objection.
And that is approximately 2.5 to 3 hours later, true?
Yes.
And then you have the third one down. It's 11/9/21 of 2021 at 9:08 and 42 seconds p.m. And that is that S6 required another ISBRN. True?
Yes.
And then we have obviously the rest, and this is just information on people included and the vehicle make and number. And then you have the arrival times of units. And I believe what we're seeing here is the time of,
Objection, Your Honor, is there a question?
Yes, the witness, the question, Mr. Yohn.
in reference to S1 there, unit S1, Deputy McMahon. Status available. It says 6:03:25 p.m., correct?
Objection, Your Honor, that's not what it says.
For the time, it states,
Objection sustained. Rephrase the question, ask the witness if he knows what it says.
do you know what it says there under units S1?
It says unit S1 status is available and the time is 6:03 and 25 seconds a.m.
And could you relay why that may say AM?
It's probably when he went on duty that day.
Exactly, that's what I assumed. Thank you. And you go on further. And
Brilliant,
we're
dummy.
still at S1 here on page 4.
Objection, Your Honor, it actually says unit S11 on the left side of the.
And if we go from page 3 to the bottom of page 3, it starts at units, S1, and then you go to page 4, and it continues with S1. Would that be a correct assumption? I mean, it's probably easier to see on your paper there, correct?
Yes, I believe the top of the page you're on now is a continuation from S1.
And you see the
About a
S1
month.
was dispatched at what time? Could you read that off for us?
6:23:24 p.m.
And obviously arrived, as you stated, a little bit before you at 6:33, correct?
Correct.
And Sergeant McMahon, what badge
Oh,
number
yeah.
are you?
6.
My main reason for this was to identify ISBRN, so I'm not going to go any further. ISBRN, if I may, Your Honor, we see no record of an ISBRN.
Objection, Your Honor, is there a question?
Yeah, you will need to ask this witness.
Was there a record for an ISBRN?
Yes, sir.
And was that a second ISBRN?
There's a record of an ISBRN indicating that I requested the ISBRN at 9:08 p.m.
Can you shed some light on that maybe?
Sure. So it states 11/9 of 2021 at 9:08 p.m. Sam 6, which is me, request another ISBRN. Suspect in vehicle. PC, which stands for probable cause, for a stop and hold for aggravated aggravated fleeing, kidnapping, home invasion, sexual assault. They are in the vehicle.
And at the top right of the page 1, could you read that box off to us?
The top right, which box?
The top right of the first page, it says CFS number.
Yes, CFS number 110921-102.
And that would be, what would the case number be in reference to?
That's not necessarily a case number. That's from what I know, that's just a numbering system associated with the ticket.
Deputy or Sergeant McMahon, could you tell us why there are no number 1 ISBRN placed on that document?
No, I cannot.
After receiving the information that defendants had traveled across the Illinois state line, what did you proceed to do, being sergeant?
Are you referring to when I found out the vehicle fled from Hannibal?
Yes.
I relayed that information. I spoke to numerous sheriff's deputies and advised them to head south, head towards Pike County and try to find him.
Hey, Pike County.
And
Nobody knows Pike County.
Deputy Summer was in contact with the Hannibal Police Department and
assure
gathered
you.
information concerning this issue with Hannibal
County
Police
seat is
Department.
Pittsfield. It's got
Do you
about
have any
2,000
knowledge
people.
as to that?
I know that he spoke to them in regards to the fleeing.
And that's the limited amount you have.
I couldn't tell you the conversations that he had.
Thank you. They talk, or you speak on contacting Quincy Police Department, and you spoke to a Sergeant Highland that advised a female identified as Karen Blackledge was suspected in a vehicle theft, correct?
That's correct.
And that was earlier on in the day, hours before maybe?
I don't know the exact time, but it was on November 9th, 2021.
And upon meeting with CSI Field, she arrived to the scene approximately 9 o'clock. What procedure did you take? Did you have any interaction with her?
I did.
And what interaction was that?
I briefed her on the case, a general overview of the scene as I knew it,
You stay out of Fulton County.
and really just showed her, what we were dealing with.
So you entered the home then?
I did not.
And the following day, you spoke with Summers, who had been in contact with the United States Marshals Task Force Service. Did you have any interaction with that?
I did.
And are you part of the U.S. Marshal Service?
I'm not now, but I was then assigned to the United States Marshal Service Fugitive Task Force.
And I don't have much more, McMahon. If you give me one moment. Oh, you learned that they had been the suspects, Karen D. Blackledge and myself, Bradley Yohn, were apprehended in Springfield. True.
True.
And you traveled to Springfield.
Yes.
And when you traveled to Springfield, what did you do upon arrival?
I went to the address, I believe it's 1900 block of East Cornell. I met with the Marshal Service personnel as well as numerous Springfield PD detectives.
And was there anything that was, how do I say it, anything irregular about that scene in the vicinity of the area?
Yes.
Could you relay that?
I would assume the deceased male in the vehicle.
Well, since you point that out, what was the issue with that deceased male? Other than being deceased?
I mean that he was dead.
Shot, yeah. And that was in very close proximity to where myself and Karen Blackledge were found, correct?
That's correct.
And very big coincidence, would you agree?
Objection, Your Honor. This witness doesn't know if it was a coincidence or not.
You do know that it had nothing to do with the defendant, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. This witness doesn't know if it had anything to do with the defendant or not.
How do you know, Mr. Jones? You won't even let the man answer. Everybody knows
I'm
at
going to
this time.
sustain the objection, Mr. Yohn. I don't know what the deceased male located in a vehicle nearby has to do with this case. You're not charged with a murder, and so
And that's what
what's
I'm
the
getting at.
relevance?
What else did you notice at the scene of arrest?
I saw that the backyard of the residence had been taped off. There were, again, numerous Springfield police officers on scene. I saw a camper in the backyard, various outbuildings. I didn't spend a great deal of time observing the scene at that point.
And excuse me, could you repeat that last statement?
I didn't spend a great deal of time examining the scene at that time.
You didn't do a walkthrough?
No.
And who did you ride to Springfield with?
I believe I rode with Investigator Summers, but I believe I rode with him.
Possibly Shoney?
Possibly. I know 4 of us went. We took 2 vehicles. I don't exactly remember who rode with who.
And you state that you didn't get to enter the scene, you just observed from outside the tape, true?
Correct.
And what did you observe from outside the scene?
A camper behind the residence, a couple of like garden shed outbuilding type things. I believe there was maybe some luggage. I don't recall exactly what I could see from outside the tape versus once we later went onto the property. I don't remember what exactly I could see.
And was that was obviously from the back of the residence, correct?
From the alley in the rear, yes.
And did you observe a chair at that time?
Again, I am familiar with the chair. I don't remember if I saw that from the alley or when we went onto the property.
The second time?
Correct.
And I'd like to ask you, but I know the arrest, you filed for a warrant, or not you yourself, but other investigators with you filed for a warrant. And you went back to the scene, true?
That's correct.
And you then proceeded to search at approximately 7:30, 8:30, somewhere along them lines?
I don't remember the exact time. I know it was dark out.
And what did you find at that scene in relation to right outside the camper?
A purse on a metal chair.
And what was included in that purse?
So a large amount of U.S. currency, a Ziploc bag full of assorted jewelry. There were checks from American Builder Supply with Tina's name written on them, as well as a voter registration card with Tina's name and address.
And that's it, correct?
I also noted that it didn't match your shoes.
There may have been other things. I don't remember specifically everything that was in there.
After that, what did you proceed to do after the search had concluded?
After we were finished with the search warrant, I traveled back to the Springfield Police Department, and I observed via TV monitor as deputies conducted numerous interviews.
Are you aware of any items that were found worn on a person's body, such as myself?
I'm familiar with the property that we were provided by the Springfield Police Department. I don't know if you were wearing those items, but I am familiar with.
Are you familiar with the piles of incriminating evidence that were on me? Please reiterate this again.
Your property that was given to us.
And what approximately what time was that given to you? When was that given to you? Was it after the interviews? Or?
Yes, it was shortly before we left. I couldn't tell you. It was very late at night.
And do you remember a Disney card?
I do remember a Disney card. I don't remember if that was during the search warrant or in your property, but I do recall seeing a Disney credit or debit card.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Sergeant.
Cross. Yes. Sergeant Mann, do you still have Exhibit 86 in front of you?
I do.
And at the top of that exhibit, I won't put it on the screen, that's fine. It says Quincy, Adams County 911 call for service report, doesn't it?
Yes,
That means there was a 911 call, doesn't it?
correct.
Specifically in this case, according to the 911 report, there was a 911 call on November 9th, 2021 at 6:09 and 15 seconds PM. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And it says the complainant, the person who made the call, was Tim Schmidt, doesn't it?
Yes,
And it gives a phone number, 440-4310 as the cell phone that made that call, doesn't it?
that's correct.
Let's go through that 911 call report since it's been introduced into evidence. At 6:09 and 49 seconds, the 911 report says, male came and attacked his wife, broke into the house, and stole the car. Did I read that correctly?
That is correct.
At 6:10 and 4 seconds, it said it just recently happened within the last half hour. Did I read that correctly?
Correct.
At 6:10 and 27 seconds, it says wife is really upset, declined AMB, declined ambulance, correct?
That's correct.
At 6:11 and 1 seconds, it says he raped her, white male with black female. Did I read that correctly?
Correct.
At 6:11 and 9 seconds, it says unknown which direction, correct?
Correct.
And 5 seconds after that, he was gonna kill her with a knife.
Correct. Yes.
And a few seconds after that, 2018 white Toyota Avalon is what they stole. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Registered REG to American Builder Supply. Did I read that correct?
Correct.
Female had wild pants that were shorter than her ankles. Male had on jeans and a hat. Is that correct?
Correct.
That point, we see S6 request ISP crime scene tech. They were contacted. You are S6. Is that right?
That's right.
It then says white male, red beard, short black female, wanted for questioning, ag, sex assault, and residential burglary. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then at 8:48 and 9 seconds PM, Marion County called at 8:06 and advised that Hannibal PD attempted to stop the vehicle in Hannibal. It fled eastbound on the bridge into Pike County, passing the whole exit at approximately 8:06. Pike County was also advised. Is that correct?
That's correct.
If there had not been an ice burn before 8:06, Hannibal PD would not have been looking for that Toyota Avalon, would they?
No, I don't believe so.
Then at 8:59, it says on the next page,
All we need to know.
Hannibal
right there.
PD, Sergeant Wilt called over, said they have a witness from the gas station saying it was Karen Blackledge and Bradley Yohn. We'll have video footage tomorrow morning. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you, Sergeant.
Can you redirect, Mr. Young?
Your Honor, yes, I do. Are you aware of that HPD video?
I've not seen it, but I believe there might be video of some kind.
Your Honor, I'd like to introduce Exhibit 80.
That's really not a,
That is a video
it's not really a foundation, but okay.
Hannibal Police Department they acquired. If I could, I do not have it to where Mr. Sergeant Mann can
Thank you.
review it. However, it is from HPD that it was acquired throughout the deputies here. And it has a major reference in concern of ISPERN being placed.
Mr. Jones?
It's just part of the deal here at La Taco Point.
Foundation.
The foundation
Lay the
is,
proper foundation.
excuse
We'll need to lay the proper foundation for such.
me, the foundation is, Mr. Sergeant Mann here has stated that
You don't speak the
was no
foundation. You
iceberg
lay the
placed,
foundation
or
through a
that he could
witness.
not, I'm sorry, he could not find an iceberg on that document, the first one. And Mr. Jones here has went to combat for him, saying that there is an iceberg, obviously. I would
I
like to
can't take
clear
it.
up the iceberg issue.
And that would be wonderful if you lay the proper foundation for the exhibit, then you'll be allowed to do that, but you'll have to lay the proper foundation.
He's 0 for 5 on this.
Your Honor, I don't have the witnesses familiar with it, so I can't present that
Right,
evidence.
right.
But that evidence has been given to me previously in discovery.
At least he knows that.
By the state, and so again, without the proper foundation, the evidence cannot be admitted. Any other questions for this witness on redirect?
Oh, that
No, thank you,
was
Your Honor.
rich.
No, Your Honor.
Let me find it.
And can he be released from his witness subpoena if there is one?
Yes, Your Honor.
I gotta find it.
Yes, sir.
All right, so you're free to go. You may remain and watch the rest if you like, but you are released from your witness subpoena.
There we go.
Okay, that'd be a no.
We've been at it for 1 hour, perhaps we'll take a 10-minute recess at this point, giving the jurors a chance to stretch and use the facilities. That they
Okay,
need.
people, we're to Friday afternoon.
The jurors have all returned to the
We
jury
did the whole
box.
freaking trial this
Yohn,
weekend,
you were presenting your side of the case. Who will be
but we've
next?
got miles to go before we sleep.
Deputy Investigator Miller.
Deputy Investigator Miller, brought into the courtroom, please.
The 10th consecutive failure to lay a foundation caused me to go into a goat frenzy. I apologize.
Come forward to the deputy circuit clerk and raise your right hand. She'll swear you in.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do.
Proceed to my right in the witness stand. Yohn, when you're ready with your questions.
Yeah, Deputy Miller, can you state your
Absolutely.
credentials
I'm an investigator with the Adams County Sheriff's Office.
and your full name, please?
Kelsey Miller,
She already testified.
And, what about your badge number?
CM17.
And we're obviously here on CF 715, a criminal case for hijacking, kidnapping, among other things.
What else did I do?
Alleged to have happened on
I can't remember all of it.
November 9th of 21, correct?
Correct.
And approximately what time do you recall that event taking place or that occurrence happening?
I got called at approximately 7 p.m.
And do you recall what time this occurrence was supposed to have happened, the crime was supposed to be committed?
We got the call to dispatch around approximately 10 after 6 p.m.
And you say you were called to respond to the scene. Who were you called by?
Sergeant McMahon.
And Sergeant McMahon told you that you needed to come to the scene, correct?
Correct.
And excuse me. I want to ask you about investigations, how you're assigned investigations. How are you assigned an investigation?
My sergeant assigns them.
So it'd be safe to assume that this night when he called you there and spoke to you and he assigned you this investigation, correct?
Correct, as well as the other investigators.
And you're the lead, are you the lead investigator on this case?
It's more of a team effort. There's not one single lead.
Okay, all right. Okay, in reference to that, would it be safe to assume that you have the most knowledge and have operated more with this case than anybody?
I think we all have equal parts.
And you state you were called around 7. Could you relay the time that you got there?
I would have to look at the dispatch ticket. I believe it was approximately 18 minutes after 7.
18 minutes after 7, it sounds about correct. And who did you speak to upon arriving 4300 Bottom Road?
I spoke to my sergeant, Sergeant McMahon, Sergeant Lohmeyer, my partner, Investigator Shoney. I believe the sheriff was there as well, the Chief Deputy Goodwin. I know that Deputy Bowden was also there, and Inspector Summers.
And you did not speak to CL?
I did not.
Did you gain entry into the home?
I did not.
What was the procedure you took this night?
I spoke to the other law enforcement on scene and learned about what they had at that time. I spoke to Mr. Schmidt about some credit cards and trying to understand what had been stolen. We searched the area for anything of evidentiary value.
And
Depends when the video drops.
you
For me
obviously
to
say
screen.
you've not spoken to CL, but you're aware of her leaving for the hospital?
Correct.
And approximately what time did she leave for the hospital?
I don't know.
After you were there, obviously, correct?
Correct.
It was a
I
while,
had to.
maybe.
I'm not sure.
Fine, Your Honor, I'll withdraw the objection.
And we can all estimate times, true. Every human being, as long as they know how to tell time, true.
True.
Could you give a brief estimate?
Objection.
Maybe 20 minutes, 40 minutes?
Objection, Your Honor. The witness has already testified she doesn't know how long it was after she got there.
Well, let's see if she can give an estimate, so I'll overrule the objection.
I don't have an estimate. I don't know.
And you state in your supplemental report, you state you observed Timothy Schmidt in the garage on the phone,
Correct.
and you went and spoke to him.
I did.
And what did you and Timothy Schmidt speak about?
I asked him not.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Sustained.
Did Timothy Schmidt relay to you that?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Sustained.
What other duties did you do or partake in while at 4300 Bottom Road?
Everything I listed was pretty much it.
And then you left the scene, correct?
Correct.
And what did you leave the scene for?
I went back to our headquarters to begin facilitating a photo lineup.
And what brought on the photo lineup issue? Is that normal procedure or?
Yes, that is normal procedure.
Talking about normal procedure, I'd like to ask you, in this instance, it's a violent crime. It's sexual assault, among other heinous crimes. What is the proper procedure in securing a crime scene in your occupation?
We try to limit as many people into the crime scene as possible when we can.
Oh God, it gets worse. He's comfortable with it. You know, among other heinous crimes.
And obviously on this night,
It gets
it was
worse.
Timothy Schmidt, CL, and then officers arrived, true?
Correct.
And are you aware of any other beings being in the residence?
I am not.
You're not aware of anybody other than law enforcement and Timothy Schmidt and CL?
To my knowledge, that's correct.
And you worked on preparing a lineup. Could you briefly explain that process?
I gathered the most recent booking photographs of Bradley Yohn and Karen Blackledge, and I gave those to the Quincy Police Department for them to create a photo lineup because a photo lineup cannot be given by anybody who has knowledge of the case.
And at that time,
Or Natalie, I threw you under the bus
everybody
yesterday
had
when you weren't
knowledge.
here to defend yourself.
That was at approximately what time you arrived to, if you remember right, that you arrived to the headquarters to do this?
I don't know. I'd have to look at the dispatch ticket.
And Your Honor, could we present 86? excuse me,
You're asking the bailiff to take your defendant's exhibit 86 to the witness?
I believe so, yes. I don't have it, Your Honor. I think the clerk still has it.
You have exhibit 86. Clerk has provided such to the bailiff, who has now delivered it to the witness.
I believe it's the en route time of 9:48 PM that I would have left the scene to go to headquarters to begin starting the photo lineup.
And approximately how long does it normally take to start a photo lineup and get one prepared? And if you are able to find an officer to do such?
It's totally dependent. It depends on who's available, what they're doing. There's not an average time for that.
But it couldn't be done in 5 or 10 minutes.
Again, there's not an average time. There's a lot of different factors that go into that.
After
I
putting
do have
this
a lot of
photo
hoodie
lineup
options.
together, what did you
I have
then
to say.
proceed to do?
After the photo lineup was created, I went to Blessing Hospital.
And further, if you may.
I went to Blessing Hospital, spoke with Christine to tell her what would be happening, and then a Quincy police officer administered the photo lineup.
And do you recall what Quincy police officer that was?
Officer Dolbear.
Dolbear, okay. Ed, I read where you later on were given that photo lineup by officers.
Correct.
I believe by disc and documentation.
Correct.
So you know of the photo lineup, you know what it contains, you've viewed it and read it and whatnot.
Yes.
Do you remember in either photo lineups, specifically mine, do you remember if there was a positive or a negative identification?
Objection, Your Honor. Call for hearsay.
Sustained.
You've you've listened to it and read it, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, I'd like to present the, photo lineup. It is number 72 to Officer Chelsea Miller. If
Again.
possible, I have that here on computer. If she would review it, or potentially she's already reviewed it. So I'd like to present that to.
ID is not the issue here, people.
You're asking the bailiff to take something to the witness, Mr. Yohn?
Unless we can just pull it up on the screen and.
Your Honor, no, it's not been admitted into evidence. There's not been a foundation laid, and it's still hearsay.
All right. So there's
Let's see if you can figure out a lay a foundation now.
Such before it's published to the jury if a foundation is laid.
He's going to try to speak a foundation again.
I'll retract that request.
There we go.
There
Run
was no
away.
positive
Objection, Your
identification.
Honor, hearsay.
Run away, coward.
Sustained.
Your Honor, it would not be hearsay.
Objection, Your Honor. The court is ruled.
It'd be hearsay if it's based upon what someone told this witness, Mr. Yohn.
What if it's what she observed, Your Honor, and what she knows?
She just said she didn't observe the photo lineup taking place at the hospital. It was conducted by a QPD Dolbear.
Your Honor, she stated she reviewed it after that.
And again, that would be
Yeah,
hearsay.
you don't have the foundation, pound sand.
On that basis.
Yes, sir.
Oh, man, I got to get together.
In reference to photo lineups, officers of the law and other citizens, they're not supposed to help an individual identify a subject or give clues as to who one is. True?
Correct.
And that would essentially be against the law, would it? That would be against statute and laws governing photo lineups, correct?
That's just not something that we do.
And you do remember this photo lineup being done on 11/9/21 at Blessing?
I believe it was on 11/9, late on 11/9, or early on 11/10.
You believe or you know?
I believe it's in that range.
And you stated previously that you were part of organizing this lineup.
Yes.
Approximately how later did you retrieve the information from the
How
photo
later?
lineup?
I believe the disc was given to me early morning on the 10th.
So early AM hours, nighttime AM hours.
Approximately how later? I mean, for reals. That's what he said.
Like midnight to 6 p.m. or later than that?
The early morning hours of the 10th.
When you arrived at the hospital, how did CL appear?
She was upset.
Did she appear to be, from your perspective, did she appear to be physically abused?
Yes.
Well played. Great question.
And the next day you, and I do not want to dwell off into this, but the next day you did an interview with CL, correct?
I did.
And that was approximately 12:02 p.m.
It was in the afternoon.
And where did you take that interview at?
At her daughter's hair salon.
I'll come back to the interview in a bit. Obviously, in this situation, there was a sex assault kit done, true?
Correct.
And that sex assault kit was done by a registered nurse, a sane nurse at Blessing Hospital, true?
Yes.
And do you recall when the lineup procedure was done during that time or around that time, when it might have been done?
In regards to the sex assault kit,
Yes.
I don't.
And you also, later on, I believe sometime in the early hours, went to the hospital and collected this sex assault kit, true?
Yes.
And do you remember what time that was?
Again, early morning hours on the 10th.
What did you then do with the kit?
Logged it into evidence.
And when you say locked it in evidence, what does that
Logged.
entail?
Not
I
locked.
put the information into our evidence system and put it away into a locked place,
Such as a locker with a padlock.
into our evidence storage.
And was that
A locked
enclosed in a
place such
bag?
as a locker?
A bag?
Yes.
No.
It's simply a box.
Correct.
And that box is taped up.
Yes.
And do you recall what else was included with this sex assault kit?
I only received the box and any pertinent paperwork that the sane nurse gives me.
You did not receive a navy blue blouse?
That is all within the kit. What the sane nurse does with certain items is not to my knowledge. I just simply collect the kit.
Speaking on that navy blue blouse, do you have any recollection of the navy blue blouse being sent back to the agency here before the sex assault kit was?
Objection, Your Honor. I don't know that this witness has ever testified about a navy blue blouse. She said she received a box from the same nurse, and she doesn't know what was in the box.
I'm going to overrule the objection. The objection was if this witness had any knowledge of a navy blue blouse being sent back to the agency prior to the sexual assault kit box. So you can answer the question.
Meaning, was it sent
Let
back?
me answer the question. I've overruled the objection.
I'm sorry, what's the question?
Do you have any knowledge as to, let me rephrase that, was the navy blue blouse sent back to the agency of Adams County before the box was?
I believe everything would have been collected at the same time if it was on her person.
And there are to be some pants that CL wore to the hospital that we've previously clarified that were not sent there. Did you see the pants that CL wore to the hospital?
I don't recall.
And is there documentation paperwork that is included with the sex assault kit?
The same nurse gives me everything that they typically give me, and that includes paperwork.
But the paperwork does not always stay with the box, does it?
I'm not sure, I guess what you're asking.
Well, there's a thing called sexual assault documentation forensic documentation. It's a kit of documentation that explains everything that happened, the claims placed forth, how they happened, the diagram of the body and such. It's something that deputies would have to review, correct?
Yes, I reviewed that paperwork.
And in this documentation, were there pictures?
I don't recall.
Is it normal procedure to send pictures of an abused person?
Are you asking photos that were taken during the sexual assault? No, that does not go with me.
After retrieving that and storing it in a locker, what did you further proceed to do in regards to this case?
At one point, I went back to the scene.
And that was approximately what time?
Again, I would have to look at my dispatch ticket here. I believe that would have been around 2:48 a.m.
And what did you do at the scene at the time?
I went and checked on the status of the crime scene technician to see how far along they were doing, or how far along they were, how everybody was doing, checking in with them.
And did you enter the home at that time?
I took maybe 3 steps into the home. I asked the crime technician if she was done processing that area, and she was. After checking in with the deputy and the crime scene technician, I walked out of the house. There's no need for me to be in there.
And in reference to being done with that crime scene, being done, would that mean the collection of evidence? And
Are you asking about when I said I was waiting for it to being done processed in that area?
what you stated that the crime scene technician stated that she was done, correct?
In the area that I was asking to step into.
Okay, thank you. I apologize. I'll talk about jewelry. The next day, excuse me, I apologize. Let me reverse. The next day, upon concluding your interview with CL, you collected what's called a buccal swab from several individuals, the DNA swab. Could you relay who them individuals were?
Timothy Schmidt, her daughter Heidi, and her daughter Ilsa.
And then not too long after that, you got a call about suspects being apprehended in Springfield.
Correct.
And after that, you proceeded, obviously, to Springfield with 3 of your coworkers, other deputies,
Investigators, yes.
investigators, yes, apologize. And who was your riding accomplice?
Investigator Shoney.
And would you relay to us what you did upon arriving to Springfield?
I went to the Springfield Police Department, met with some of their detectives there, and then interviewed several people.
And in them interviews, who were the persons you interviewed?
Randall, Timothy, and I believe a Rodney.
And sometime this afternoon, you took photos of things that were seized or particularly found on the defendants.
Can you ask that?
Sometime during this afternoon, approximately, I believe, 5:42 p.m., you took pictures of items that were found on defendants, correct?
Yourself and Karen Blackledge, is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Yes.
And then were items that were worn or taken on the person to the police department, correct?
That was the information I was relayed, yes.
And could you relay them items to us?
Not without looking at my report or a photograph.
Your Honor, if I may, I'd like to admit exhibits to Ms. Kelsey Miller.
You're asking the bailiff to carry exhibits to the witness, please?
Yes, sir. I just want to make sure it's appropriate. and all
What
right.
numbers are we showing there?
It would be 29, 30,
I smell another failed foundation coming.
34, 35, 36, 37, and 38.
All right, so the bailiff would, the state observe those first, and then we'll get those to the witness.
There's a button on there. It's Mr. Diva to you. If these are previously entered photos, that's fine. If not, we're going to have a foundation problem.
Do you recognize them photos?
Yeah,
And you took them photos, correct?
I did.
And
Oh, we've got a
could
foundation
you tell
going.
us a bit about that procedure and how it's done when you collect items and take photos of them? When you inventory, I should say.
I mean, I do what you just said. I collect the items and I take a photograph of it.
But let me be specific. For example, in this situation, the items were put into bags, brown bags specifically, correct?
Yes,
And with names on them brown bags for whose property they were.
it appears that way.
And when you conduct your services, when you take pictures, you do not take all the bags out and just dump them together, do you?
No,
You would take them out one at a time, true?
I would put the person's belonging in one area. That's all with that person and take a photo of it. And then move on to the next.
And upon arriving, the defendant's property had already been bagged,
I don't recall.
but it was separate from the other defendants.
I'm sure it was, yes.
And by looking at them pictures, can you relate to me what was in Exhibit 26 and 27? In reference to cards, credit cards, debit cards.
I don't
That
know
would
if
be
this
the-
witness has exhibits 26 and 27. She has 29, 30, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, and 38. You want her to be given 26 and 27?
I apologize, Your Honor. I should have, I thought I mentioned 26 and 27.
All right. The clerk has those. If the bailiff would provide defendant's exhibits 26 and 27 to the witness also.
Your Honor, again, I am wrong. Then we're not, the 26 and 27 were on the defendant's personal property still after the other property was seized in the bag, so I'll keep 26 and 27 with her for further issues. In reference to 29 and 30, could you tell us what's in that property as far as cards?
PayPal cards, net spend, a Visa card, Easy card, Link card, different probation officer's number, a room key.
And there's no Disney card there, correct?
Not that I see.
Your Honor, I'd like to publish them for the jury, please.
No objection.
We'll publish defendant's exhibits 29 and 30 for the jury.
And this here is an accurate description of what you just seen, correct?
Looks like that's exhibit
29.
smaller than exhibit 29.
Yes, it is. I'm sorry, I zoomed in. And
Yes, that's 29.
then you have 30, which is a close-up of the cards.
Yeah.
And there's no debit card that is a Disney card in there, correct?
Not in this property, no.
And if you would, you go on to 31. Your Honor, could I have 31?
No objection to any of the exhibits.
The rest of the exhibits, so we can make this a bit quicker. Can I have the rest of the exhibits published to the jury, please?
All right, so we have 31, 32. I'm sorry. I've got
33, 34, 35.
I think he
36,
did.
37,
I think he
38.
did.
29 and 30. She does not have 31. Are you wanting her to have 31?
Your Honor, she should have had 31.
Well, the clerk has it, and so if
I-
the bailiff can deliver
Yes.
31 to the witness so that she can,
Right, I apologize. And she shall have 32 then also.
all right, bailiff giving her also 32. You have exhibits 31, 32, man.
I do.
All right, so those exhibits are now with the witness. And the state has no objection to publishing 29 through 38, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
No,
And,
this is the state's question.
No, Your Honor, I don't have any.
All right, so Mr. Yohn, you may publish exhibits 29 through 38.
31, you see a rosary, correct?
Yes,
And that has been said to be CLs by individuals, correct?
I believe so.
And the same for 32, the same rosary, just a close-up.
That's the same rosary, yes.
And then you go to 33, and I apologize, but I'm going to compile a few issues into here. Then you proceed on to Karen Blackledge Henderson's bag. Correct?
Yeah.
And these are in order that you took them. This is Exhibit
Objection, Your
34.
Honor. Is he asking that question? Is he asking if these photos are taken in the exhibit or taking in the order that she took them?
All right, so I will sustain the objection as it was not a question from the court's hearing of it for the witness.
To the best of your memory, are these in the order that you took them in?
I don't recall what order I took them in.
But obviously you saw Bradley Yohn's property in 30 and 29.
Yes,
And it holds no Disney card, such as is in 34
No
not in
Disney
that portion
card.
of your property, no.
or There, that would be my property again, correct? 35?
I believe that is what was on your person.
And then you have another image, which was not on my person. Your Honor, I'd like to introduce Exhibit 28 to the witness.
Judge, I'm going to object. He asked a question on Exhibit 36 first about 36. And said it wasn't found on his person. The witness is entitled to answer whether or not it was in fact on his person, or if she knows if it was on.
Apologize.
All right, so are we asking this witness if she knows if defendant's exhibit 36, which if
Yes.
it's on the screen is the Disney card, was on your person?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm just really trying to
Let's
get
let her
people
answer that question.
the way.
So moving on, please.
Apologize.
I do not know which property was on your person when you were arrested because I did not arrest you. This was given to me by other law enforcement.
And if you go to Exhibit 37, that's the back of the Disney card. As you see, right here to the right. 38 is also a Disney card and a ring. Do you recall 38?
Yes,
And do you recall where you retrieved them from?
I retrieved them from other law enforcement with Springfield Police Department.
You're sure?
Yes, I did not arrest anybody, so I would not take the property.
I'd like to admit Exhibit 28.
We're asking to have the bailiff show the witness your exhibit 28, defense exhibit 28. Mr. Yohn?
Yes, sir.
All right. So the bailiff has provided the witness with defense exhibit 28.
Could you identify that?
Yes, it's an evidence inventory receipt.
And that is in your handwriting, correct?
It is,
And with your signature at the bottom.
correct.
That is a inventory sheet of what one is supposed to have on them during an arrest, correct?
As it states in my note here, it says items acquired from a search incident to arrest.
And you've previously stated that rosary, to your knowledge, was found on the defendant. And obviously you see right here at the bottom an ID, a paper ID that I don't have a close-up enough, but it is obvious, and you're aware that these are the defendant's property, correct?
I mean, you're saying that it's your property.
I am saying that, and I'm wondering if you're aware of it.
Well, I am now. You're telling me that.
Okay. And on that inventory receipt, Ms. Miller, if you go to the top line, the first item inventory, what does that say?
Disney Rewards redemption card.
And that specific item is still in evidence, correct?
I believe so.
And it is not, excuse me, that's a collection form, inventory form for myself, the defendant, true?
It's for multiple purposes.
But it does not have this property here does not have a Disney card, true?
Not in that photo, no.
Your Honor, one moment, please. Defendant Yohn had some jewelry on his person. True, when you attempted to interview myself, defendant, and I had some jewelry on my person, correct?
Are you talking about what you were wearing or what was in the purse?
Yeah, what I was wearing, no, what I was wearing during the interview.
Yes, you were wearing jewelry during the interview.
And you recall that jewelry?
Yeah, I believe there were 2 chains, a watch, and a bracelet.
And do you recall taking pictures of that jewelry?
Yes,
And do you hold them in your hand?
I do.
Are you aware of the fact that persons have come forth and claimed them in the recent months?
No,
Had you been given any knowledge that they were mine?
can you ask that a different way?
You obviously interviewed people. Were you given knowledge that them were mine by any specific person?
So at that point, Your Honor, I would object to hearsay if he's asking for what some other witness told this witness.
Were you given knowledge?
Whatever some other person allegedly told this one witness, which would be sustained as hearsay. So the objection sustained.
Could I admit this to the witness, Your Honor?
Asking the bailiff to deliver
Would
an
you please?
exhibit to the witness, please identify the exhibit by
It is
number.
exhibit number 41.
All right, so if the bailiff would take defense exhibit number 41 to the witness. Mr. Yohn, this process
you.
helps to keep a clear record for the transcript because there's not going to be a video of this shown to an appellate court potentially.
Yes, sir.
So that's why I'm asking you to follow that procedure
Yes, sir.
and why I'm making it a record. So we have a clear record, okay? I'm not just doing it to give you a hard time.
Yeah, I
But if you
understand.
follow that procedure, I won't have to keep doing it.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Have you identified that?
Yeah.
And that would be a portion of your report from your supplemental report, right?
Correct.
And I did redact that myself as it's been placed in a motion previously, and I'm not enabled to give certain information.
Objection, Your Honor.
You could ask the question, I'll sustain the objection.
Ms. Miller, Investigator Miller, what does it say to the top right?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
It's her report.
Well, you'll need to lay that foundation, Mr. Yohn, before asking that question.
And you wrote,
Sustain.
you typed that report, correct?
I didn't type it, but I wrote it. It's a different system, but yes, it's my report.
Or wrote it, and now that the foundation is laid, could you state what it says at the bottom of the right paragraph?
Objection, Your Honor, it contains hearsay.
Pass up the exhibit, please.
Did you prepare this report? Yes. When did you prepare the report? For what purpose?
Your Honor, these are in reference to,
Now you offer it.
I'm simply reviewing the exhibit at this point so I can determine the last objection.
yes, sir.
And sustain the objection as hearsay. You need to lay the foundation for such if you're wanting this witness to testify that it is not a hearsay.
He asked one question, then proclaimed the foundation laid. Exactly. He rolled out his own foundation. All foundations. Exactly. There we go.
Any objection? All objections.
I'm not going to ask what's stated. I would like to go back to exhibit 26 and 27.
Okay.
Did he just surrender?
And-
Run away! It's the rabbit of Angor.
There you have exhibit 26, correct?
Yes.
And there you have exhibit 27. And them are the items that defendant was wearing.
Them are the
upon
items.
Interviewing and taking pictures, correct?
Yes.
Never gets old. Oh, wait, it got old the first time.
I will get back to this at a later time. And were them the only things that were on defendant's immediate person when you interviewed him?
Jewelry wise?
Yes.
Yes. To my knowledge, yes.
Anything wise? Is there a reason that you labeled Disney Rewards redemption card as being in my property?
Yes.
Anything I would have labeled on
That was
this would have
his
been the information I was given by the other law enforcement agency.
Foundation via fiat.
That would be hearsay, would it not? You didn't collect that
I'm sorry,
card
was
from
there an answer to
anybody.
that question?
What is the question?
I'll strike that question, Your Honor.
Okay. Let's refrain from making such comments in the future too, Mr. Yohn. Let's ask the witness questions, please.
Them questions.
You interviewed other persons such as Karen Blackledge, correct?
I did.
And did you recover anything from her?
Jewelry,
And you recovered no card?
the exhibit that you just handed me.
You recovered that card from Karen Blackledge?
Those are the photos of the items that was relayed to me, was in her possession when she was arrested.
Thank you. So could I ask why you would write?
Again, I don't have an answer for that. That was the information that was given to me from another law enforcement agency.
However, you took bags and you took photographs of them. You took photographs of the bags as you see, and you took them in an order, starting with mine.
I don't know what order I took them in.
I'll proceed on somewhere else, Your Honor. Your coworkers later performed a search of arrest and found other items, correct?
They performed a what?
A search of where the arrest was?
In Springfield?
Yes.
They executed a search warrant.
And they found other jewelry, including a watch and a pin.
I believe they did, but I was not present for that.
And Your Honor, or excuse me, Deputy Miller, did you do an interview with Christine Lohman?
I did.
And if you would give me a second. And Deputy Miller, was CL during that interview laughing?
At times, yes.
And there was an abundance of times, correct?
There's an abundance.
I would not describe it as an abundance. No.
God almighty. The claw's getting to me. I can't behave now.
And I want to speak on one scenario, Justice Miller, that was
Judge,
presented.
I'm going to object. You can't speak on a scenario. You need to ask.
I want to speak on one scenario.
Ask the witness a question.
Did-
Yeah, jackass, you're in the middle of a direct exam, supposedly.
Did CL claim to be sexually assaulted by penis in her mouth while in a moving car at a high rate of speed?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
Your Honor, I wish to admit the exhibit to show this. This is ridiculous, and I'm
What exhibit are you talking about?
Your Honor, it would be exhibit number 77. It's a car scene. It's where CL describes a car scene and in vivid detail and just.
Objection, Your Honor.
I just need you to identify the exhibit.
That should be
Yes,
fun.
sir, Your
There's
Honor.
an objection?
Yes, Your Honor, we object to the introduction of the video as hearsay.
But, Your Honor, we had a tacit agreement.
The jury jury step out so we can further discuss the proposed exhibit and objection.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise.
We can discuss them law
Clear on
issues.
What your defendant's exhibit 77 is. What is that? A
Your Honor,
video?
it's a portion at approximately a few seconds after 37 minutes into a video interview where
Who's the video interview of?
CL,
And by?
Kelsey Miller, the very following day, 18 hours later after a very
What's
heinous
the
crime.
following day date?
That would be November 10th.
Pronounced it heinous,
at
right?
approximately 12:02 p.m.
All right. So is the state aware of the video?
Yes, Your Honor.
And so what is the state's objection to introduction or showing this witness the exhibit 77?
Well, two objections. One is the
Sweet
portion of the
Jesus.
video, it's not the complete video. But two, it's hearsay, Your Honor. It's an out-of-court statement that the defendant is trying to introduce where the declarant in that video is not available for either side to call as a witness. So that would be our two objections.
All right. So Mr. Yohn, are you aware of an exception to the hearsay rule which would allow you to present this hearsay evidence?
Your Honor,
I'm guessing no.
testimonial evidence obviously is not admissible unless a defendant proceeds to
Strong
open
start.
that door. Your Honor, that door needs opened.
All right. Any other basis you have is this interview and exhibit being an exception to the hearsay
The
rule?
doors are
Your
open.
Honor,
The cows are out.
blatant lies. It's
That's not a hearsay exception, so any other hearsay exception you're aware of that would make this a admissible exhibit as hearsay?
excited utterance, spontaneous declaration.
Excited. Oh, that's clearly from the
So this is
attorney.
an excited utterance occurring over 24 hours or well after the incident and her going to the hospital, going home from, or going somewhere after the hospital?
Your Honor,
I can't find it as an excited utterance. What's your
You
other
haven't-
grounds?
been able to let me speak, but
I'm asking for your next ground, sir.
Your Honor, the grounds are this is a very serious crime, and I don't believe one could recover from a crime within 18 hours and be able
The
to
exceptions to hearsay
do
are
what
very
this person here is
specific.
doing on this video.
It's not just
All right, and so even
make up
though
whatever the hell you want.
Represented such, that is likewise not an exception to the hearsay rule. Do you wish to propose any further exception to the hearsay rule that would allow me to admit the defendant 77?
Your Honor, I'm not aware of any others, but
Okay, neither is the court, but if you had something unique, I don't know all the law, and so I'm always willing to learn. Hearsay rule applies both ways. So if the state couldn't admit something because it's hearsay, neither can the defense. And so I'm going to not allow you to introduce the defendant's exhibit 77 or to play such for the jury or this witness, because again, it is hearsay. The declarant is unavailable, and there's no exception that I can find or that you cited you to, which would allow such. So do you have a line of questioning you want to pursue beyond that with this witness? And if so, we'll bring the jury back in and go down that line. But let's not go back, as has occurred earlier today, and attempt to have the video brought in. Are you prepared for your next line of questioning, sir? I'll bring the jury back.
yes, sir.
Prepare for stupid.
Have the jury return the jury box.
Your Honor, can I place an objection forward at the moment? While we're waiting, it shouldn't take.
If you can keep the jury out, hold on just a second, please, Mr. Bailiff. What is the objection, Mr.
The
Yohn?
objection is I'm objecting to the denial of the introducing of this video, and would like to preserve that for a later time, as there are case law. I'm not for sure exactly the case laws right now, but there are many that say that videos and whatnot can be introduced at a later time, even though they're testimony, they can be considered excited utterances or not, or spontaneous declarations. There is no time limit on unexcited utterance.
The court is sticking with its prior ruling as it's not being admissible. And so your objection is noted for the record. Are you ready?
Or oral motions to reconsider made 2 minutes later have a really, really low success percentage. I'm just saying.
To proceed? All right, now if we can have the bailiff. Bailiff, bring in the jurors. Objection to defendant 77 on the record outside of the hearing of the jurors. And sustains the
Excuse me,
state's
Your Honor.
objection. We will proceed. The jurors have resumed their seats in the jury box.
I apologize. Could you repeat that? I didn't hear the beginning of it.
Mr. Yohn, I was putting of record, and so the jurors know that the last objection by the state to defendant's exhibit 77 has been sustained. And so we're moving on. Jury is in the jury box. Do you have further questions for this witness, sir?
Yes, I do, Your Honor. When the defendant first arrived to the county jail here, which was on the 15th of November, he attempted to send property home. Are you aware of that?
No,
You did not put a hold on defendant's property?
I don't recall this.
Your Honor, I apologize. I wasn't given the specific information who did. Are you aware that the defendant has since released property?
No,
Defendant recently attempted to suppress what he considers his own items.
Objection, Your Honor. Any motion to suppress is not relevant for today's purposes.
Sustained.
Your Honor, it has reference. Could I present the state's exhibits of gold watches? And I believe they would be here.
People said it.
Equal 7 is several pieces of jewelry. Is that what you're referring to?
No, sir, Mr. There, it would be exhibit 57.
Oh, man, I gotta get together.
People's 57 is a picture, Your Honor.
It's the same picture.
So you're wanting the photograph that is people's 57?
I would request that the photograph and the evidence be brought forward.
All right, so we can round up people's exhibit 57, and then what's the other exhibit, Mr. Yohn?
That's it, Your Honor. I'm not sure what the exhibit number was on the item itself. I'm not so sure we even saw that item here. But however, that exhibit, this one here, Your Honor, has been used against the defendant today. So I would ask the
That's
jury.
57, if you're holding
Yes.
up, people's exhibit 57.
Well, he can't go by that rule.
Witness to see that?
Couldn't ask any.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we've got the original people's exhibit 57 here. You, Bailiff, would give that to the witness, please?
Do you recognize that?
Yes, it's exhibit 26 as well.
The same as exhibit 26, defendant's exhibit. Could we introduce that evidence? Physical evidence?
I don't believe that piece of physical evidence has been introduced, Your Honor.
You have it marked as a people's exhibit, Mr. Jones.
I do not, Your Honor.
It's marked, I just gave it to the witness, Your Honor.
Equal 57 is, Your Honor. That's the photograph. He's asking for the actual.
Of exhibit 57, yes, I am. I'm asking for the actual evidence of exhibit 57 to be brought forward, since it was retrieved from the defendant.
and in the state's possession, Mr. Jones.
I don't know if we have it in court right now, Your Honor.
Or, Your Honor, we could potentially go back to Exhibit 41.
Let's address this one while we're on it and get it resolved before we move forward with the next item.
Because we don't have that in court today.
All right, so the watch and bracelet depicted on People's Exhibit 57 and Defendant's Exhibit 26. Those physical items are not present. Is that correct, Mr.
That is
Jones?
correct, Your Honor. I would make a record that we did ask the defendant that any physical evidence he wanted to be in court, he provide that with to us, and he did not list that as something he wanted in court. So that's why we don't have it.
All right,
Rules. So let's
proceed with the questioning regarding the Exhibits 57 for the people and Defendant's Exhibit 26.
Your Honor, is there a chance that we could grab that from the local evidence locker?
Is there a chance you didn't ask the state to bring it and make it available before trial today, Mr. Yohn? These delays are wasting the court and jurors' time.
They have all the evidence they presented the other day, Your Honor, and it should be there because, well, I didn't request any of that evidence either, and the evidence I'm looking for, they say it's not there. They don't have
Mr.
it.
Jones,
Why-
how long would it take the state to round up the watch and bracelet?
Your Honor, honestly, I don't know. We have one evidence custodian for the sheriff. I don't know if he's working today. I don't know where he is because he's also a road deputy. And so he could be out. I just don't know.
He's not working today.
He's
All
not,
right.
he's not working today.
So if the state had been provided notice prior to trial today, Mr. Jones would have, and Ms. Keck would have had the items as requested, but I'm not delaying the trial at this point to have those items retrieved. So let's proceed on, Mr. Yohn.
Yes, Your Honor, I'd like to present exhibit number 44.
Defendant's Exhibit 44.
Yes, sir.
Are you wanting that taken by the bailiff to the witness?
Yes, sir.
All right, simple process. Simply ask the bailiff to take the exhibit to the witness, please.
Thanks.
And that is Defendant's Exhibit 44. When you're ready with your questions.
Ms. Miller, have you ever seen one of them?
No,
At the top heading, what does that state?
Adams County Sheriff's Office released property receipt.
And there are items circled on that. And obviously, you know that the defendant was apprehended wearing a bracelet, a watch, and 2 necklaces. Them 3 items just have a combination of,
Objection, Your Honor. Is there a question here?
what are the first 3 items? Can you list them off to us, read them off?
They're super incriminating.
In the objection.
Bracelet, watch, necklace.
And what is the amount on them? The amount number?
Under quantity,
Yes.
112.
And that would be 2 necklaces,
That's what it states.
1 watch and 1 bracelet. Your Honor, I do not have that in digital form for the jury, so I'd ask that it be published to the jury and they'd be able to see it.
Any objection?
That's fine.
All right, no objection. If the bailiff would hand the item to juror number 33, and then if the jurors would examine that exhibit and pass it on to the next juror, please.
I'm just getting railroaded here.
No, you may not.
And Ms. Miller, if you would, could you tell me the release date on those three items? It is over, I believe, to the right.
7/2/22.
7/2/22. Thank you. I'll proceed further, Your Honor. Ms. Miller, I want to talk about spray can.
Let's talk spray can. Seriously.
Through your investigation, have you ever relayed to anybody that CL was penetrated with a cleaning bottle or aerosol can?
Yes,
And who did you relay that to?
the Illinois State Police Crime Lab.
That was not true, was it?
That was the information that I had learned at that point.
So obviously, information is just freely given, and it's potential that it's not true.
That,
Such as in this matter.
that information was given to me by Karen Blackledge. She said that's what happened. So when I'm calling the state police with a large case, I tell them the details of what's going on so that they know what kind of evidence they're getting. That's common practice.
And you spoke of Karen Blackledge. I probably should have objected, but I didn't.
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask a question, Mr. Young.
It's
I probably should have objected, but I didn't. And I even cleaned up the conjugation for him. So dumb.
based on your interview with Karen Blackledge. Is Karen Blackledge believable?
Are you asking for my opinion?
Yes, your professional opinion. Is she believable?
I believe the things that she was telling me.
You believe the things she was telling you. That interview took quite some time. Officer Miller, that interview, in your professional opinion, would you believe her?
I believed the things that she told me.
Just the things that she told you, don't believe her as a person.
Objection, Your Honor. Argument of the witnesses answered the question that was given.
I'll sustain the objection.
Is it safe to say you provided this information to a variety of people?
Objection. Vague. What information?
Sustained.
Who all did you provide this information to?
What information?
That CL was penetrated with an aerosol can or a cleaning bottle.
That would have been the Illinois State Police Crime Lab and other investigators.
Do we still have the people's exhibit? In person, the people's exhibit number 46, the physical item.
People 46 is a picture.
And do we have a physical item in our presence?
That's people's number 3, Your Honor.
All right, is it present in the courtroom? All right.
Your Honor, I apologize. I didn't receive one of them copies of people's exhibits right there.
That is not true, Your Honor. He was given a copy of that, and the court was here when he got a copy of that.
He just said he didn't receive one of them copies.
For the record, that is what occurred. You
Apologize, I
provided a
did.
copy when the court was provided.
Yes, I did. I apologize.
So please base your statements upon facts rather than allegations when it's inconvenient,
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Yohn, and I would caution you not to continue to do so. Are you wanting this witness to have People's Exhibit number 3
Yes, I would like.
and 46?
Well, Your Honor, yes, if that's how you have to do it. They're one and the same. One's just a physical item,
I'm
Which
willing
one?
to get this witness the exhibit you're wanting her to have. That's why I'm inquiring. So do you want the physical item 3 as well as the photograph, or just the physical item?
Both.
Okay. So you have People's Exhibit 3 and 146. Witness has those items. Proceed with your question, please.
And People's Exhibit 3 there, are you aware of what that is?
Yes, it says it's one metal 409 spray can recovered from the floor of living/kitchen room.
Based on your professional and personal opinion, the things you relayed to persons, do you believe it to be possible that a person would be penetrated with that can
Yes,
outside of pregnancy, dilation, violently penetrated with something like that and walk away from it?
when Karen Blackledge told me that you inserted this into Tina's vagina while she was screaming, yes, I believed her.
You believe that. And you just take anything at face value, correct?
I believed her.
How long did it take to get a direct story out of Karen Blackledge? To the best of your recollection.
I would have to review the interview. I don't know.
I want to talk about isperms, if you may. You can give the exhibits back, please, or you can hold on to them.
Are you done with asking this witness about those exhibits?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, how'd that go for you?
Can you explain what an isperm is?
It's an announcement sent out amongst many law enforcement jurisdictions of any important pertinent information that might need to be relayed to the masses of law enforcement.
And that could extend to other states too?
I believe it does, but I am not positive where all goes.
And it factually did on the night of 11/9/21, correct?
I know that Hannibal Police Department knew of our ISPER, and I'm not sure how they knew about that.
You stated in your report that not long after you were there, they placed an ISPER. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And that would have been the first ISPER, correct?
I did not make the ISPERs or call dispatch to make the ISPERs, so I don't have any knowledge of the timeline that those were sent out. That was not something that I personally did.
But it wouldn't have been 2 hours later?
I don't know.
For a 911 call to be made at 6:09 p.m. with information of a vehicle that persons are looking for or would be looking for, is it realistic in your professional opinion that an ISPER be put out almost 2 hours later?
Yes.
Why wouldn't it be?
Even when you know about this stolen vehicle with 2 suspects in it who allegedly violated this woman in these heinous ways, you would wait 2 hours to put a ISPER out.
I'm not sure you understand the procedure that it takes to do that and also obtain proper information while you're investigating a crime.
Could you explain that procedure briefly?
Well, if the call came in at 6:09 p.m., it takes time for people to arrive on scene. And then after that, it would take time to investigate the crime as far as talk to any potential victims or witnesses to figure out what's going on. Especially in a situation like this, people are not of their normal mental capacity. This is a very traumatic thing that would happen to somebody. So that takes a lot of time to figure out exactly what happened and get any statements that we might need. And then after that,
Your Honor, she's answering the question.
And then after that, it takes getting the proper law enforcement there, getting everybody spun up on what's going on. And then there are a lot of different tasks that have to be done after getting there in order to solve crime appropriately. So it does take a lot of time. And then after that, once you have all the information, then you have to call dispatch and make sure that they get that and put it in the proper places to get dispersed.
And to look for a car, a vehicle, and a license plate to be given in between 6:09 and say 6:40 p.m. Would it be reasonable to wait until 7:56 p.m. to place that ice burn,
As I just stated, yes.
even when you know what car you're looking for?
As I just stated, yes.
And are you aware of an HPD Hannibal Police Department body cam footage from around the time of 8 p.m. from an Officer Wilt of Hannibal Police Department?
Yes, I'm aware that that exists.
And have you seen it?
I do not believe I've seen it in its entirety, no.
And that was approximately, do you recall what time that was that HPD spotted this vehicle?
I'm not going to guess, so no.
Give me one second. Miss Miller, you traveled to Springfield as you stated earlier, and you took statements from several individuals, correct?
Correct.
And them were all individuals found at the arrest scene. True.
I believe so, yes.
And in reference to Karen Blackledge and her statement, how did she seem during the making of that statement?
Which statement?
The one that you were interacting with, you and Officer Shoney, I believe, along with a Springfield detective.
Can you clarify which specific statement?
That would be the very early morning hours of 11:10, I believe, approximately 12 a.m. range, maybe 11:09, or excuse me, apologize, 11:10 night, approximately 11 p.m. to 11:11 at approximately 12:30 a.m.
You're referring to the interview, but you asked about a statement. So which specific statement are you asking about?
I'm referring to the interview, Kelsey Miller.
I am not.
The interview in totality. How did Karen Blackledge appear to be?
She had various emotions throughout the interview. That's why I'm asking about a specific portion.
Was she hysterical?
At certain points, she was very upset, yes.
Was she lying?
Again, I need more specific
Did you,
segment of the interview.
without giving you a specific segment, do you remember telling her, that's not true? Stop lying. That's not true. I know that didn't happen.
Yes,
And how did you know that didn't happen?
because I had interviewed Christina Lohman prior.
And you obviously
Nailed
take
it.
anyone's word at face value. Is that
Objection, Your Honor.
true?
Argumentative.
Sustained.
Do you take everybody's word at face value?
Objection, argumentative.
I'll overrule that version of the question and the answer.
It depends on many, many factors.
And are you aware of the claim of being thrown downstairs?
By who?
CL being thrown downstairs. By who? I don't know.
Are you asking if she told me that?
Yes.
She told me that. She did not expand upon that statement, but she told me that, yes.
And 77 years old, correct, at the time?
Yes.
these are all brutal and violent acts, would you say?
Yes,
Being thrown downstairs, one doesn't do that for a sport. It doesn't happen easily. Would that be safe to assume?
I'm not going to make an assumption.
Let me re-ask that. Being thrown downstairs, is that something people do every day?
I don't.
Is that something that happens to people every day?
Maybe to some, not to me.
But in your professional opinion, it wouldn't be a sport or for play.
Being thrown down the stairs would not be a sport. No,
So it would be very violent.
it could be.
And based on your professional opinion, your daily observance of life, for a 77-year-old who already has hip replacements and mobility problems, to be violently thrown down the stairs, would you expect one to get right back up and be walking around?
I don't know how to answer that question. I'm not sure what you're asking.
I'll move on. I want to talk about improper securing of evidence, or in Adams County's deputies and law enforcement's
Let's talk about improper foundations. I think that's more fun.
eyes, securing of evidence.
Objection, Your Honor.
Yeah, let's ask the witness questions.
Do you recall Miss Blackledge telling you on the night of that interview, 11:10, early morning of 11:11, that items were thrown out at some place, potentially Rock Creek Bridge?
I'm not sure that she gave me an exact location, but she told me items had been thrown out, yes.
And in your report on page 80 of 84, you state that on 11/14, Deputy Douglas recovered items from under Rock Creek Bridge at Highway 336. This is very similar to the description of where Blackledge told me in the interview that she and Yohn threw out some of the items in Lohman's car.
Similar.
Douglas took photos of some of the items, which included a glasses case, a snow and ice scraper, a package of Always Discreet, 4-in-1 car emergency tool, blue blanket with snowmen, white and green cooler, pink and gold Christmas ornaments, snow removal tool kit, red coin purse wallet. Deputy Douglas stated that he could not fit all of the items in his squad car, so he only collected some of the items, including paperwork relating to Lohman's ownership of the vehicle, including the vehicle's insurance card, Illinois registration cards, and several Schottenkirk Toyota maintenance papers. You then go on to state on 11/16, 2 days later, I went back and collected what else I could find. I collected the snow removal kit and more vehicle information connecting the items to the vehicle. Several bank transaction receipts. Deputy Miller, bank transaction receipts aren't that big.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. He hasn't finished reading the paragraph. If he's going to read everything, he might as well finish reading it.
I will continue. The Avalon's vehicle registration. A gold with a tiny flashlight keychain that said American Builder Supply on it.
Because he's stupid.
A Nikon AC adapter / charger. A County Market Max card. And the emergency tool kit. Everything else was gone by the time I got there. Photos of all items and where they were found were downloaded into evidence. Would you consider that improper procedure?
Which part of that?
All of it, Deputy Miller. All of it. You learned of these items on 11/10, 11/11, early, very early morning
Enjoy
hours.
prison.
You learned of where they were because you stated Karen Blackledge told you so.
And she was correct. So what she was telling me was the truth.
And you waited. It was the truth concerning her version, correct? Her
Statements she
knowledge.
told me were the truth.
And her knowledge, of her knowing that they were there. You stated on 11/14 of 21, Deputy Douglas recovered items. That's a 4-day span, Deputy Miller.
Yes, it is.
Yep.
This is a very heinous crime also. Would you agree to that?
Yes, I would.
You waited to collect evidence in this matter for 4 days? Is that true?
That's true.
And then you waited 2 more days to go back and collect items that persons knew were there. Items so small as this paper right here. Something that one could sit right on their lap and ride back to the precinct with.
Deputy Douglas collected what he could. I don't know why he did it that way, but he took photos of that. I went back as an extra step to ensure that everything that could would get collected.
And you've handled most of the DNA matters, such as the forms and documents and reports coming back to the agency, correct?
Again, this is a team effort.
But you've handled a lot of them,
I have handled some, yes.
such as correspondence from analysts and reports.
I received reports, yes.
And are you aware of any of the reports and recall their findings just based on your remembrance?
No, I would have to look at the reports.
Do you recall that there was, first off, I want to ask you, based on your memory, how many times did CL state that she was penetrated?
I would have to look at my report.
But it was a numerous amounts of times, correct?
I believe yes.
Do you recall any report for vaginal or 2 different reports for vaginal and or in association with vaginal and oral testing?
Judge, at this point, I'm going to object. The expert in DNA has already testified on this. This witness testifying on that would be impermissible hearsay.
Can you respond, Mr. Yohn?
Your Honor, she's handled majority of the reports. It's almost as if people only know certain aspects of this case, and they're generally the aspects that are known are the ones that they had no interaction with. But the ones that they did have interaction with, they do not know about.
I want to sustain the objection as hearsay if you're asking her to answer questions based upon the information contained in DNA reports. This would be the statements of someone other than this witness. Seeking to introduce them into evidence for the truth of the matter asserted therein. That's classic hearsay. Further questions for this witness?
Yes, Your Honor, if you give me one moment, can I introduce a document?
Are you
So
asking the
that-
bailiff to take an exhibit for the witness?
Yes, I am, Your Honor.
Please ask the bailiff if he will take an exhibit to the witness, so we don't have to go through this process repeatedly, Mr.
I
Yohn.
will try to remember that, Your Honor. I
All right.
apologize.
What exhibit are you referring to?
I'm going to make this 100, Your Honor.
All right.
100,
Exhibit
because
100.
it is 100% correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
Direct the jury to disregard Mr. Yohn's statement, and will caution Mr. Yohn not to make such statements again in the
That
future.
actually was funny.
And that is pages,
Mr. Yohn, again, let the state review your defendant's exhibit number 100, and then we'll move forward from there.
I have no objection to the witness seeing it. I want to be clear, that's where I have no objection to at this point.
All right, so the bailiff will provide the witness with the defendant's exhibit 100. Mr. Yohn, take a moment to review that exhibit.
Mr. Jones, do you have an objection to her reading off what the document says? Yay, yes, no?
Your Honor, I'm a witness, so I'm not going to answer Mr. Young's question.
Do you have any objection to reading off the findings of that
Mr. Yohn,
document?
if you'll ask the witness your question.
I just did, Your Honor, I apologize.
Oh, does she have any objection to reading off what's on the document?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Jones.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I love it. I love it.
Ms. Miller, could you read off the findings?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Well, we could have handled this a long time ago. I'll take the exhibit back, Your Honor.
But no, you don't get perspective rulings. You have to hand somebody an exhibit, ask a question, and then opposing counsel can object or not object. You don't get to clear it out ahead of time, except with the motion in limine, which was not what we're doing here.
On the defendant's exhibit 100 to the defendant.
That's a full goat. You're right.
Any questions for this witness, Mr. Yohn?
Yes, give me one moment.
Jones is doing great. He's been fantastic in this trial.
No, Your Honor, I rest with this witness.
All right, Mr. Jones or Ms. Keck, any cross?
Thank you, Your Honor. Briefly. Investigator Miller, you were asked about whether or not you just take people at your word or at their word. Do you remember that question?
I do.
You're an investigator, is that fair?
Yes,
And when someone tells you something, do you look for evidence to back up what they tell you?
I do.
So if someone tells you things were thrown out of the car and things were actually found where they say they were thrown out, would you believe that that person was telling you the truth or telling you a lie?
Telling me the truth.
And if they told you the truth about one part of an incident, does that help you believe that perhaps they're telling you the truth about other parts of the incident?
Yes.
Do you also compare that person's statement to other people's statements to see if they correlate or match?
Yes.
And if one person's statements correlate with another person's statements or match, does that give you more confidence that they're telling you the truth?
Yes.
When someone tells you something occurred to them, do you look for physical evidence of that to determine if they are in fact telling you the truth?
I do.
For example, things like bruises,
Yes.
things like blood,
Yes.
things like injuries to their vaginal cavity,
Yes.
things like injuries to the inside of their mouth.
Yes.
Are those
Objection,
all?
Your Honor.
Grounds?
Mr. Jones is throwing an indirect comment to seek hearsay testimony or indirectly get the jurors to hear things that are believed to be true in his matters. He's trying to seek testimonial evidence, as they say.
Overruling your objection, Mr. Yohn, you opened this door when you asked the witness about her believing and taking people and assessing their credibility. So the objection is overruled.
Well, he's leading all day long, but
Your
you
Honor, I
should don't
object
make that
again.
objection.
I also opened the door on a statement that the courts will not let me
You
read.
sure did.
Well,
Or-
Mr. Yohn, I've ruled on your objection.
I'm glad you know you're
You
stupid.
can't open the door for yourself, unfortunately. Mr. Jones would have to open such a door, and then you would be allowed to walk through. That's how that works. So when you open the door, that means Mr. Jones gets to follow up in cross-examination on that question. So Mr. Jones, if you would conclude your questioning here.
Thank you. Injuries to one's mouth.
Yes.
In your course of being an investigator, have you had the opportunity to talk to multiple victims of sexual assault, sexual trauma?
I have. I've investigated a lot of sex crimes.
In speaking with those multiple individuals, would it be fair to say that each individual has a different response to the trauma that they suffer as a victim to a crime?
Yes, there is no normal response for a victim. Everybody is different.
Have you seen victims shut down and refuse to talk?
Yes.
Have you seen victims of sexual trauma and sexual violence cry uncontrollably?
Yes.
Uncontrollably?
Yes.
Have you seen victims of sexual assault be able to speak with you in a normal voice?
Yes.
Have you seen victims of sexual trauma and violence laugh about the situation or other incidents during the course of the interview?
Yes.
Everybody's response to trauma is different.
That's correct. There is a lot of different factors that go into that, a lot of shame, guilt, and shock.
And again, demeanor is not necessarily the only factor in determining who to believe.
That's correct.
Thank you, investigator.
Mr. Yohn, any questions based upon the cross-examination
Ye-
questions
yes.
asked by the people?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
Good Lord.
Mr. Jones just talked about questioned Deputy Miller about taking things at face value. Deputy Miller, I can set an example for you real quick. If me and Mr. David Adam back here
Mr. Jones and me.
take the judge's podium from him, or the items he has up there on his podium.
Your Honor, I'm going to object at this point. Are we getting to a question?
Yes, we are very
Of
good.
course.
Question, please, Mr. Yohn.
If a defendant comes forward and says another person was with them, and do you just take that at face value when they are lying about everything else, or lying in general?
Again, as I just discussed with Mr. Jones, there are a number of factors that we just covered to determine if somebody is credible or not.
And even if somebody tells one credible piece of evidence or one credible statement, does that mean all their statements included in that totality of statements are true?
Again, it's case by
It's
case,
a yes or no
many
answer,
different.
Miss Miller, it's a yes or no answer.
Objection, Your Honor. It's not a yes or no answer.
I'll sustain that. You are on redirect, not cross-examination, and so you'll have to ask the open-ended questions, not questions suggesting a yes or no. So if you could rephrase the question and re-ask it.
Your Honor, thank you. Jones, State's Attorney Jones asked you the things that people do in reference to being sexual assault victims. They present themselves in many different ways. In this case at hand, Deputy Miller, did a declarant, specifically CL, did she claim while at a high rate of speed on a dark two-lane
Your Honor.
road?
Hearsay.
I'm going to enjoy watching him eat a big sentence.
Objection.
That's all I can think.
Did she laugh and tell blatant lies?
Objection. Compound question.
Did she laugh during these
Sustained.
matters? Did she laugh during these matters?
At times, yes.
Quite a bit. True?
No.
And did she tell anything that can be considered lies or that are lies?
Tina?
Yes.
No,
That you're aware of?
not to my knowledge, no.
Are you knowledgeable of, I'm not going to ask you what was said, are you knowledgeable of the penis and mouth in the car?
That you stuck your penis in her mouth?
No, that somebody stuck their penis in her mouth.
Yes, I have knowledge of that.
And
Specifically, that was you.
that was while driving, correct?
That is what Tina told me, yes.
And now that the foundation's been laid and the door's open,
Objection, Your Honor. Objection, Your Honor. That's not how opening the door works. Also, I object hearsay, and let's move on.
We'll sustain the objection. And Mr. Yohn, that is not what is meant by opening the door. You can't open the door for yourself and then walk through it. It would be something you bring up that then Mr. Jones is allowed to inquire because you brought it up and vice versa.
yes, sir.
Any further questions for this witness?
You are aware of that.
Objection.
That's all I have.
No, okay. So Mr. Yohn is finished with his questioning. Any redirect? I'm sorry, recross.
Investigator Miller. You believe Christina Lohman?
I did believe Christina Lohman.
Victims deserve to be believed.
Yes, they do.
Nothing else?
Ooh, well played.
Redirect, Mr. Yohn, based upon that one question.
Deputy Miller, and this is not in reference to Christina Lohman.
Objection, Your Honor.
Excuse me, CL.
Round.
Beyond the scope if it's not related to Christina Lohman.
All right. So I'll sustain the objection as being beyond the scope.
Put yourself right outside the scope, asshole. Oh,
question
sorry.
asked on the recross. So, Mr. Yohn, do you have any questions based upon the question asked on recross examination?
He asked, did you believe the victim? That's the whole
The scenario in the car.
redirect.
Objection, Your Honor. That wasn't what my question was about.
We'll sustain the objection. Mr. Yohn, do you have any further questions based upon the one question asked on recross?
You already acknowledged that you know of the situation.
Objection, Your Honor, beyond
Beyond
the scope of what I asked.
Sustained.
That's it, Your Honor. All right,
Well
now.
played, prosecutor.
No further questions. And Ms. Miller, you are free to go.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I would reserve to call her at a later time, Your Honor, if possible.
Your Honor, we're asking that she be released from her subpoena. She is not available. She's not under the defense subpoena. We're asking that she be released on the record. She's not available at any point further. If the defense had any future questions, he should have asked them now. This was covered by the court earlier.
I am going to release her from the state subpoena, which is the only subpoena that she is here under. So, Mr. Yohn, if you believe you'll need her back, you'll need to get her subpoenaed as a defense witness.
Yes, sir.
At this point, we are approaching 4:30 in the afternoon, and I am going to recess court for the weekend. And with our thanks for your patience and attentiveness, but members of the jury, we will now recess for, again, the weekend.
Well, there you have it. We got through 4 days of trial on the weekend. The fine folks over at Muddy River there cut it down a little bit, but that was a marathon. We did it, and that's saying something because that guy is despicable. That guy is absolutely despicable. It was so bad I had to change shirts. But now I'm in. Now we're completely caught up. We are completely caught up here at Law Talk with Mike. We know more about this than anybody else. That's how it is. I can't imagine that there's anything else. He's out of witnesses that I can see. He doesn't have. He obviously doesn't know how to do a subpoena. He doesn't know how to lay a foundation. He doesn't know how to ask a question. He doesn't know how to speak English. Doesn't know how to commit a crime. He's really not good at anything. Maybe he's good at making cabinets, but I doubt it. It's just something he claimed. Anyway, the only thing I can imagine is him testifying. He'll testify. He'll testify. He's evil and he wants to hear himself talk and he knows he's going away. He is dumb as a stump, but even his two little brain cells rubbing together have figured out that he's going to be convicted. So this is all about, this reminds me, I can't remember the name of the case. It was one in Florida. John went over there. Summers. This reminds me of the Summers case a lot. For me, more so the Summers case than even the Brooks case, where you had the essay component, and the guy just wants to relive it. He knows he's going down, and he just wants to assert the last bit of control he'll ever have in his life. The rest of his life, he'll be locked up and not be able to do anything. Same with this guy. So he gets, thanks to the Constitution and some due process concerns, he gets to irritate people for another 48 hours. And he's going to take advantage of it. That's what I see here. That's what I see here in a nutshell. Obviously the case is horrific. The crime is horrific. What she went through is absolutely terrible. What that family went through today on the stand is also actually absolutely terrible. Also absolutely necessary. You need this. You need these protections. You need due process. You need constitutional protections. Yes, it's frustrating to watch somebody as evil as this using them, but if you take them from these people, then you take them from everybody. And people are wrongfully accused, and due process does mean something, and constitutional rights do mean something. They're extremely important. And this is the price you have to pay. This is the price you have to pay as a society. Sometimes nasty people get to exercise their rights, and it's frustrating, but you have to go through it with dignity like these people did and deal with it. This guy's getting convicted. He's going away a long time. I'm here for it. So I don't know. I'm guessing he'll testify. Then we'll have closing arguments. He'll get rung up pretty quick, and then we'll have a sentencing. All that sounds good to me. Thank you all so much for coming out and hanging out with me. I'm sorry. I'm usually not one for the marathon, but that's just the way it is. Although someone asked on here, was this my longest stream? No, it's not. I think one day in Daryl Brooks, I think I went all day. I think I went like 9 hours in a row. I used to like pop off, but like during the Depp Heard, I was over on Legal Bites for most of that trial, but she would go 13 hours a day every day for like 6 weeks. I don't know how, but she did. Anyway, thank you all for coming out. I will do this to the extent my schedule permits. I think what's going to happen with this, I think this trial, I think they have to wait all day and then they can't release the video till after court. So it'll probably be released like 5 o'clock. I don't know. I'm guessing. I think it'll probably be released at 5 o'clock tomorrow. I'll probably just go with Long Crimes version of it because I don't have time for Muddy Water to cut it down for me. I don't know. He is disgusting. believe it or not, there are a couple of things that get me through this. Number one, as a prosecutor, I hate to say this to you, yes, Yesenia has my back, or I'd be screwed. Although I don't know what I've got going tomorrow. But as a prosecutor, I hate to tell you this. Working at 26 in Cal, and even down in Pike County, I've seen much worse things than this case. And I don't mean to diminish this case. That is horrific. But I've seen significantly worse many times. Number one. Number two, this case, we've got an excellent judge. We've got excellent prosecutors. The system's going right. This trial is good. It does not have a good appealable issue involved that I can see. This guy's going to get rung up, which is justice, and go away for a long time. I mean, I don't know. Something weird can always happen, so I don't know. But that's my overwhelming sense of what's going on here, which is namely the right thing. So you have to deal with some irritation for a week of trial where a guy gets more attention than he deserves. Mildly frustrating. But it'll be over soon, and he'll be locked away where he belongs. Thank you all for coming out. I don't imagine a problem because I think it's going to be dropped late, so there's probably going to be a long late stream tomorrow. Is my guess, because I'm now that I've done all this work to catch up, I'm going to stay with it at this point. I'm guessing it would only be another day or two. Although who knows? He might have 27 more witnesses on his list, but he couldn't subpoena anybody, so all he can do is take leftovers from the state in terms of witnesses. I think he's out. I don't know. We'll figure it all out. Everybody, have a good night. I appreciate it. I'll see you all soon.